to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh no, empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh no, oh empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh no, empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Crown Championship. You guys are watching the day three, round three. Now, as we are
Sir,
proceeding
what's your
towards the
command?
further round and getting closer to that grand finale, the stage is getting bigger and bigger. I'm your caster Peachy, and along with me, the voice of this match is going to be Debbie. Hello, Debbie. Say hi to everyone.
Hello, everyone. Well, thank you for the introduction, Peachy. I'm so looking forward to casting with you.
Thank you, Debbie. And with that, let me introduce the teams. Today we have Boons
Time to
TD6
take the
onto
field.
the red
Your
side, and we
agent
have
is
Seraphim
standing.
Esports onto the blue side. Look at them. The draft is already going on strong. And since we are actually looking at the standard band, so nothing much to explain. But again, when you're just making sure that these heroes are banned up, you're, eliminating the possibility of you not losing the game.
hmm Taking out the Fanny into the first phase so early on, as well as the Bruno, I think it's quite understandable because every time you see a Bruno on your team, it's highly likely that you can take the game so well, so easily. And a Fanny always being taken out, I think it's most of the time it's a
早くさ、
target ban.
参上。
It's
Your
true.
team is
That's true.
banning.
Again, a standard ban very well done onto the side given the fact that Fanny there are very less counters and but if you go ahead and try to invade her space then it would really give you that upper hand but again the team has to draft around that team to just invade but that's not possible right here because again this is going to be the best of one series one match you lose it you're out of the tournament
Time to drop
so
the
need to
hmm
play
hammer.
it safe.
Your
Need to
team is
make
banning.
sure that you are bringing your A game and moving ahead into the draft. Look at that. Okay, the Joy does get banned along with Hayabusa and Zushin. Understandable why the Joy is getting banned. We did
Only
see a
love
few
at
teams
night
playing around the
is
Joy into the
worse.
EXP lane as well. Now that's something new, but placing that into the ban section looks very good.
Well, the Juicing being taken away, I think it's universal knowledge, right? For Juicing to be taken away so early on when you are into the red side, just taking the last pick, right? But onto the blue team, I've seen that they have taken out three of the jungles, and it's just a target ban, and they are limiting out the jungles because I think it's most of the time onto the side of balloons. I think it is the jungle carry kind of team composition they have, but they do also have the studio, the Nolan, as well as the Alpha. So how are they
Fight!
utilize this
Fight
first
for the
pick?
ultimate answer. Team is
But again, since we are into this assassin meta just because of one item, the Sky Piercer, I would
Yes,
really prefer they would pick up a EXP laner. Look at that. As we mentioned, the EXP laner is up, or maybe the room. We don't know. Hilda
yes.
again a versatile pick, so we might know that very very
Heroes need to
soon as the
vanquish
draft
the
moves on. But
shadows
again,
before they
Hilda
cease.
coming into the
Ready to
play,
engage.
so much invade possibilities and so much sustain into her hands.
Well, the studio being taken out very early on, I think it is a good decision for Bloom because it is already the jungle has been so limited now. So them taking out their hero of their choice, the studio, I think it is very good into the early stages of this game. And even though the Hilda can invade pretty on, now you have the highlights for
Fleeting
an
as a
answer.
snowflake
So they are
breath,
gonna go
as
straight to those
timeless
two
as a
picks for
glacier's
them.
heart.
Very, very interesting and very decisive.
That's true, that's true. But again, Hylos being a
Bombs
versatile
on the
pick, you
way!
don't know EXP or maybe
Your
the
team
roam,
is
but I would
banning.
really prefer him going on to the roam, given the fact that you have a Hylos, sorry, not the Hylos, but the Hayabusa, and okay, not the Hayabusa. Wait a minute, look at that Suyu coming onto the play, and the Suyu does need a lot of openings for him to just capitalize on those kills on your enemy. But again, to close that possibilities, the
Among the
enemy,
clans
the
exists
opponents are
people with
picking up
memory.
a Matilda as well as
Timeless
an Aurora.
maker.
Aurora, a very well good pick given the fact that she is a very
Your
good
team is
crowd
banning.
control into the team fights.
Yeah, but onto the balloon side, I think they them picking out the Eve when there is the presence of Matilda. It is kind of a maybe a comfort pick for them, just trying to secure that mate as early as possible instead of being banned out. Well, I
Hmm.
think this is kind of a unorthodox pick for an Eve to come out with the presence of Matilda. Maybe they want to have that box of fighting Join for Shuyo to maneuver around, but with the help of the Hylos as well, I think they can execute this pretty well.
That's true. That's true. But again, these teams are still in the early stages now. As we move on towards that second phase of the draft, the red side, they are still closing up all those jungle possibilities that could counter a Suyo, and understandable why the Fredrin and the Alpha is getting banned. But on to the other side, one last ban, maybe or maybe not. I want to see that Marksman getting banned.
Hmm.
Maybe a Nathan or a Beatrix would really work very well.
Yeah, I would lean towards the Beatrix ban as well. They have to limit out the marksman as much as possible, right? But they do open a one ban zone for the marksman. So if they go for the marksman here, it will be valuable for them because the red team do have the first pick now, but they do go for the Tigreal ban. Interesting.
Okay. Tigreal coming onto the ban section. They might have gotten that idea that Hylos could be a EXP laner, given the
Hmm.
fact that he is very versatile. So yep, that's one of the good stuff right there. Now the bans are complete. We are moving on to the draft. Now we are seeing a CC coming onto the play. That means Hylos is definitely going onto the room.
What a good answer coming out from Bloons for the Hilda, right? They took out the CC so that the CC is pretty good on against Hilda, I would say, because of the damage that the Yo-Yo Blitz gives with the presence of War X, and if C can stack the War X as early as possible, the Hilda's gonna have a pretty hard time. But with the jungle all limited out, I think the Nolan is the possible answer to that. But if they wanna go for a different unpopular kind of jungle, I would be up for it.
Oh, definitely. But there's a possibility that the Nolan might get picked up, and yep, Nolan comes into the play along with a Iritel. Okay, Iritel, I
Oh,
would really say that is a 50-50 pick. I'm not quite sure, given the fact that the Bruno is already placed onto that
yeah.
band section, so not much on there. But again, that could be a comfort pick coming in from the blue side, so we might be seeing that. But one last pick coming in from the red side now. The marksman is still left. The question is, are they going in for the Mia?
Mia is also doing a lot of damage in ranked games, I would say, but I haven't seen her in the tournaments. But there's your answer to the Irisel. It's gonna be the Brody. I think these team Bloons, they might want to go for the play onto the goal lane side. Just try to activate this Brody as early as possible and let him into the team fights, into the mid game as well. So before the Irisel can deal a lot of damage, they have to fit this Brody as much as possible.
Yep, that's true. The players do have to play around the Brody as much as possible, given the fact that he needs to get some items. One item
Hmm.
is really enough for him to start scaling off right from the mid game. But if they fail to do so, he is just going to fall off. But since we are into the loading screen right now, you guys have one thing to do. I know you guys are not playing right now, watching the stream. So go like the stream, share it to your friends, family, whoever you could bring in, because there will be going to be many giveaways left. So do join in. And with that, moving towards the land of Dawn very soon. Debbie, take it away.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is the competition we are looking forward to with good drafts on both of the teams as well, with a very buff dependent hero onto the Nolan and the Suyo, very snowball dependent hero. I want to see how this goes on.
Definitely. And since viewers, you guys are watching right now, let's make a bet of who is going to get the first blood. Will it be the red side or will it be the blue side? Let me know in the comment section. But again, the team is on a slow phase right now. They are just waiting out for the junglers to clear those buffs.
The Psycho is in a position right there. Did he manage to steal the creep? But I don't think so. But the mid lane is gonna be clear very easily into the early stages of this game for the red side. Well, the Eve have been a very amazing pick, right? But the presence of Matilda make it a little bit more of a defensive kind of place it have to do. But onto the XP side, oh, the siege has been taken quite low, but he's gonna be safe for now because it's the early stages of this game. There's not much of damage that C can't handle.
Yep, that's true. That's true. But for top lane, I see the first blood, maybe or maybe not, because both the teams are still swarming around. And there we go. Look at
Oh,
that. Glucose does get the first blood. Now, it is a very good first blood given into the hands of Nolan, Debbie.
yes, this is a very value for the Nolan because it's right before he's gonna have the lead because he take the first blood, and when you snowball on the Nolan, you're gonna have a really good time going onto the backline, and Eve is gonna be in a very sad position in a way that the Nolan's gonna go hunt her down time and time again without a peaceful real world manipulation. I think this is a good start for Team Blue side.
That's true. That's true. Team Seraphine Esports does get the upper hand right there, given the fact that they take the first blood and as well as the first turtle. The Project Glacier does come into the play, doesn't connect to anyone. They go in for more, but the high loss, the chase is on, but they try to disengage. But they are still going in for more. Look at it. The guiding winds this does bring in the Aurora. The Suyu still trying to deal some damage. Not much, not much. The better decision would be they just invaded the blue and go on, but no, CC will be punished for that. Hilda taking on the kill, but the mid lane shift is there. Now Hylos looking quite low, but it is just a disengage right there.
What a good aggression coming out for Team Seraphim, right? They do have the Matilda with the mobility and the guiding wind. And when I thought the CC pick was a good pick, but the first spot that's given to the Nolan and the second that C have right now, I think is gonna be so behind, and she's gonna have to play a little bit safer than she's used to.
That's true. That's true. But again, Suyu is not being able to farm peacefully. Time and time again, Matilda is always right there in the face of Suyu. But again, I love how the fact that Team BTD6 are playing around that Suyu, making sure that the Suyu is still getting those farm.
Yeah, the studio, right? You do need this first early game snowballs when you want to go for the turtle. But it is the Nolan actually who secured the first turtle, and he's gonna be ahead at this point. The studio, all he'd have to do is just farm up, try to catch up as much as possible, maneuver around the map, look for the kills in order to have the early game snowball that Stu is capable of. And if he is soft in towards his team, it's gonna be so hard for him to play this game.
That's true, Debbie. But again, oh, wait a minute, bot lane, the shift is there. Okay, not much, not much. But you look at that. Suyu does join the top lane for now. He will be there quite soon enough. But, you know, Brody really capitalizes that malefic gun. But again, Iratel does have to move near. I want to see if the Iratel will go for that malefic gun as well, because any marksman, it is going to get good. But okay, look at that. Project Glacier comes into play. Nothing much, but it will be the Matilda. Okay, taking down the Brody, but the glorious pathway slowing those heroes down. Now Iratel looking for a play as well, but she will be just farming those minions for herself.
What a good and kind team fight coming out from the side of Seraphim, right? They took down the Brody very early on, but you do want the Brody to farm up and be as early as possible. The damage that it comes from him, he's a mid-lane kind of a marksman, mid power spike kind of marksman, but him falling down there, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Yep, that's true. That's true. But again, he is farming up from the mid lane, making sure that he is getting all that extra juicy gold. But wait a minute, look at that. Both the teams try to go in for that, and it will be Nolan taken down, and Suyu securing that double kill. First two kills into the hands of BTD6. Okay, this is looking strong given the fact that Suyu did take in them all.
What a good pick off coming for the Nolan. They need that kill, but there's fight going on.
Wait a minute, real world manipulation coming into the play. Aurora is quite safe for now. She did lose a pride of eyes, but no, Honor will be the one taking down the Brody yet again. Is this an assassin or is this a support tank that you're looking at? Oh, they go in for more. Eve still popping those damage. Now she has to back off a sliver of HP. Flicker already used up. This is going to get a little tough when the turtle is going to spawn.
The pressure they put on onto the goal lane is too much for the Brody to handle. You know, even if they move forward
Oh,
and try to get the play, it is him falling onto the hands of Honor as support at this point, and it's gonna be so hard for him to scale up.
oh, look at that. The torn apart memory coming onto the play, but Starman, he doesn't have enough damage. Taken down by two times into the hands of Matilda, it is just proving that he will be having a little hard time. But again, I do see Irithel onto the bot lane.
Oh, I think they're just gonna do the early lane change because they do manage to take down the first turret into the top side, but there's a fight.
Oh, the heavy crossbow coming out of the play, but Iratel does have to escape. She wasn't able to do so, and it will be a kill into the hands of Team BTD6. But this just gave away a big advantage into the hands of Nolan. I'm not liking it, but Brody yet again will be taken down into the mid lane, and the mid lane in jeopardy. One of the most important turrets in this
Oh,
match. Given the fact that if you open up that turret, oh, I think so they are doing it again. Nolan does get a kill on with that fracture, but wait a minute, the vengeance coming on the play as well, coming in from CC. CC will be very low. The hailstorms on him, but will he be
oh.
survived though? Okay, does not survive, and he will be taken up the glorious pathway along with Suyu, just jumping around. Doesn't get a kill. He has to play it safe. He has to wait for the time to make a play though.
What a micro decision coming out from the Nolan because he knows that he have the damage, right? He have the lead, he have the damage to be able to take down the CC as well, and he did just that. He took the turret. I mean, he did take the turtle when they lost Iritel onto the bot side, and he just maneuvering around the map and just looking for kills. And there we go, Zenon falling again onto the hands of the Nolan.
Yep,
This
killing streak secured. Look at that. So much kills into the hands of Nolan. I'm not liking it. He's already at a score of 410 without the help of Sky Piercer, and yet he's popping out damage. But Hilda will be, punished for that extra time that she spent there onto the bot lane, but the now shift is onto the mid lane. The teams are just running behind, taking a chase, trying to make sure that they are getting it. Now High Loss does get a good chase, but in that process he is just zoning them out.
I think at this point the Balloons team I think they might have to go inside the turrets and just farm as much as possible. They do want to go for the gold. They do want to make this Brody as much as possible, fed as much as possible in order to take this game to deal some damage and to take down this Nolan. So I think they do have to play for him, but the mid turret will be in jeopardy here and it's gonna fall very easily without any defense.
Oh, look at that. The guiding wings coming out of the play with the circling eagle and the glorious pathway along with RWM. Look at them. They are still dealing damage in that process. Nolan will be the one taken down, and along with Hilda. That was a 1-for-1 trade. Okay, this is looking good. Just before the team fight, the turtle fight that we want to look at, but Team Seraphim Esports does have the upper hand into the river area with that Matilda running around with her guiding winds and another circling eagle coming onto the play, but she will be safe. Okay, the freeze is there, but not much. Are they going in for the Lord? Because this is kind of a bad time when you think about it. All the fracture does not connect there. High Loss with the sliver of HP, he still managed to get a glorious pathway, but Aurora will be escaping. But she does have a pride of ice, will be taken down now. She has to back off. Now the mid lane will be taken down.
What a good turn of events coming out from Balloons. I thought they were the one having the lower hands in this team fights and stuff, but it is them who came out on top, and it is their lore at this point without with the lack of context coming out from the Seraphim. But Nolan is trying to go inside. Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Nolan does get a kill, unstoppable into his hand. The Lord looking quite close. He does get the perfect retribution right there. The RWM coming onto the play, but it will be cancelled immediately given the fact that they are just going ahead. A 2-for-2 trade into that. Okay, not a 2-for-2. That was like a 2-for-1 trade. Now, okay, we are getting a pause.
Yeah, that was a good decision coming out for Bloons, right? Because they know they managed to solve away Team Seraphim from the Lord Pit, and Nolan wasn't able to enter into that. And that was a good chance and opening for them to secure the Lord so easily. I think this is the point that they have the opening and can look for a comeback.
That's true, that's true. But again, I feel like Nolan did capitalize on those skills. He did have a lot of, you know, snowball into his hands, but the zone coming in from Team BTD6, so much zone that is just not avoided. Nolan cannot avoid that.
That was a good play coming out from BTD6, yes. But the Eve with the real world manipulation and the decision that's coming out from her side, it was such a decisive move from her, and that make her team quite a space for them to deal damage and go and zone away the Nolan and just take down that Lord. This is the first time, the first neutral objective that they have taken, and it is gonna be working on their profit because that is the only comeback that they had, the only opening that they had, and they surely did capitalize on that. And I want to see how this turns out when they take the law and try to sink onto the minions, onto the lanes, onto the far lanes, and just push in and just subtract the goal that is coming out from Seraphim.
Yep, that is what, Team Seraphim really needs to do right now. But again, the Lord already been taken down, into the hands of Team BTD6. It is going to come up very, very soon, marching down into the land of dawn. And since Team BTD6 were onto that disadvantage right from the early game, oh, there we go. The game has been resumed. The technical issues have been resolved, and we are back again. The Lord will be up very, very soon. Now, both the teams will be trying to capitalize those inhibitors.
Well, they are gonna try to sink onto this lot, and I think BTD6 have the lead at this point because the goal that was so massive has chunked down to nothing at all, and it is actually the Team Seraphim who is trying to do the defense here. And I think at this point, Bloons, I think they should just capitalize on this as much as possible and try to shove in and take as much turret as possible.
Oh, look at that, the perfect engine coming, but the glorious pathway coming onto the play along with the RWM. It will be the Eve zoning them out. She does that successfully, but in that process, Aurora would be the one taking down the CC. That is like a 1-for-1 trade you're looking at, but again, Oh, wait a minute. Nolan jumps in with the fracture.
Oh.
Doesn't get the kill. It will be the torn apart memory coming in from the body, taking down the Nolan. I feel like Nolan just lost that snowball that he had in his hands.
What a bad decision coming out from him, but it was a good discipline coming out from BTD6, trying to disengage when they took what they came for, that one inhibitor. And I think they're just gonna scale up now. Just they have the space to take the goal as well as the minions and everything that they could onto their own hands. But the Hilda is quite doing the weird things. She's been running around, and I'm not sure what happened there, but they are gonna focus on to the Hilda here, and I think he's gonna be falling pretty much. Is that an AFK
Oh,
gaming?
I do believe so, given the fact that she just ran into the turret. So maybe an AFK, but again, she might have given up halfway, given the fact that she was all alone and there were like four members already onto her. But
Possible.
but Team BTD6, they are on a lead with the gold difference as well.
Now they are turning the tides for themselves. I think the Hilda was the problem here, right? It wasn't C wasn't playing as much as C wants to in this game. I think there's some technical problem coming out from her side. But looking at the itemization here, the Eve picking out the talisman, I think is the availability of the real world manipulation very early on, and looked forward to it is gonna be so worth it for her. I think she's gonna go for another glowing one, and the later this game goes, it is for her game to take. The real world manipulation will hurt a lot, and for mainly the frontliners. Oh,
Yep, that's true. Yep, yep.
happened.
Did you hear that? AFK.
Possibly, but what is this game? Well, this does give the chance for BTD6 to come back from that, and they do have the lead, and now it is the second law into their own hands, turning the tides from themselves, turning the goal lead, and it was a good opening for them, and they took that opening, and now it is them who's deciding the game.
That's true. That's true. Another Lord marching down from the top lane yet again. Now you're talking about the level 2 Lord, which is going to charge up and jump in towards that crystal. Now it is going to get quite difficult given the fact that in BTD6 are the ones perfectly syncing those lanes. Look at them going in all sync. Look in the middle lane right now. Oh, the conceal play comes in. Look at
Oh,
that. Conceal already there, but then the glorious pathway coming onto the play. Hylos jumps in with the rings of punishment. Now the mid lane have been taken down, and with that, the Lord is already under the Nexus. The Crystal, they are taken down. Team Seraphim Esports looking quite low, but the Crystal is low as well. The Lord will be the one, as well as Team BTD6 picking up the victory for themselves and proceeding ahead into the further round.
what a turn of events it was. If you look into the early stages of this game, it was looking pretty well for Seraphim, and at one point I thought it was a snowball effect and they are going to be the one to take this game very easily at that, but it is actually BTD6 who made the actual comeback and are the one who can take the game and who took this game.
That is true. And since this is Mobile Legends 5v5, you know that anything could happen. Look at that Team BTB6 picking up that victory for themselves, even though they lost that early game, the mid lane, but that late game. What a game coming in from them.
What a good game, I would say too. I mean, if they do have the Hilda online right there, they might have a chance. But yeah, that's the game for them. That's, yeah, you don't get to have what you always want to have.
That's true. That's true. And with that, we will be concluding our game number one. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back again with game number two, guys.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. We are back to Crown Championship 2024, and today we are proceeding with the round number three, day number three, and it is going to be onto the blue side. We have Team Demonic Creed going up against Team Coconuts onto the red side. So, myself, I'll be your caster Itami, and joining me will be another co caster of mine. It is going to be none other than Lemon. So, hello, Lemon, welcome to the stream.
Hello, thanks for introducing me. And now we are seeing a banning phrase from the blue side. So let's just jump in right here. And now just we saw that Sicilian has been banned. And what do you think about this?
I would say a decent ban for now because Sicilian is doing quite well onto this patch after his adjustments. So yeah, expected kind of a ban, followed by the Jushin ban, which is another strong mid laner. So yeah, Jushin as well as the Sicilian, these two are the valid kind of bans for now. So Team Demonic Creed, they are proceeding with another ban, and most probably they will be going with another meta kind of a ban. It might be the chip, it might be the Suyo. There are plenty options, the Hilda, there are actually really good heroes right now, as well as the Hayabusa. So pretty decent, man. Like they are quite updated with the meta, I would say.
Absolutely, but they are going for the Hayabusa. And I don't think so. It's going to be a good ban, but they have a good map sense, or they already planned out what they are going to ban and what they're going to pick. So it's going to be a pretty interesting match. Hope so. And with this, how's the weather there, Itami?
It's kind of cold here since the winters are already here. So yeah, it's kind of cold. But I guess they will be proceeding on with the another band coming up for the side of Team Coconuts. Okay, it is going to be the Diggy. So apparently, like it might be my prediction, they might be going with the crowd control kind of a tank, with a setup kind of a tank actually, which can be the Tigreal or maybe the Atlas. So every possibility is there. So Degi ban is quite kind of unexpected, I would say.
Absolutely. And Dike is not that much irritating hero if you talk about it. I'm like, it has a anti-CC skill of his ult, but without that, I mean, like without his ult, he don't have that much of tankiness in him, and not that much team fight. I mean, like he can just take it. And now we are seeing Phobius has been banned out by the blue team demonic breed, and it's a good ban out by the, I mean, like they are banning a good explainer, and Phobius is really a, I'm like, it's like demonic kind of, I mean, like he has a burst damage with his ult and he can burst. So it's a good ban. And what do you think about it, Itami?
I do think Phobius is actually a good ban here because Phobius has a lot of sustainability onto that team fight. So yeah, banning out the Phobius, it might be a safe choice. But the final ban coming up from the side of Team Coconuts, they might be going with another meta kind of a hero ban, or maybe they want to be banning something they don't want to deal with. And yep, that Fanny is definitely one of the best assassins at the moment, like one of the best junglers at the moment onto this patch. So a Fanny ban was quite expected. And okay, they have immediately decided to swap out the Bruno. So Bruno onto the goal lane after he gets his has claws as well as the malefic gun, he is going to be really really annoying, as well as his range is going to be really high, like really big, as well as his damage is going to be up to the mark if get like acquired by the core items, as well as if he is able to manage, like if he managed to get out those skills onto the early phases of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really a good pick by the blue team. I mean, like we are seeing a Bruno has been picked out, and Bruno is really a good pick. I mean, like he's in the meta, and he has a that burst damage in him. I'm like in build, like I mean, like with his burst, with his football skills. I'm like he can just outburst tanky heroes without tank killing equipments. And now we are seeing a chip, and at the same time user having out, and it's really a in the map, and he can just give a support from here to there, and it's really an annoying hero. And with that, Yujang is also a pretty annoying hero with when he
The
gets
Immortal
his
One chose me to
item,
vanquish the
and he's
shadows
really a
that
tanky
plague
hero
this
too in the
world.
late game. And now we are seeing that Suyu has been picked up by the blue team. And what do you think? Is it a good pick by the blue team?
It's actually a really good pick if you ask me. Like Suyo is one of the best junglers onto this patch. So if he's not banned out, then definitely you can go pick for him, followed by the Tigreal too. So yeah, that Diggy ban it might actually cost out for the side of Team Coconuts because the Tigreal he can be having those implosion plays, and if that Diggy was there, the time traveler, then that Diggy ult would have been able to cancel out the Tigreal's ultimate, the crowd control coming up from him, but unfortunately, that won't be happening. So the mid laner is still open for the side of Team Coconuts. And if they actually go out with the Valentina, then maybe they can be copying out those implosion plays. Like she can literally copy the ultimate of the Tigreal and she can make use of it for her team. So we are yet to see another pick coming up from the side of Team Coconuts. The gold lane as well as the mid lane as well as the jungle position is still open. They might be deciding for it, and apparently it is going to be the Aurora onto the mid lane. So by far both of the teams having decent kind of a draft, like advanced kind of a draft, I would say. But that Yuzhong pick looks more like a comfort for me because onto the EXP, you had better options as well, like the Khalid, the Gatut Kacha, the High Loss, but instead they decided to go out with the comfort to target out the backline, that is the Yuzhong.
Absolutely. And if you talk about the Aurora pick here, I'm like, she's really a good pick out here with in the Tigreal. And if you talk about those Frigid Glacier, it's already an annoying skill alt. If you ask me, I'm like you can just stun any. I'm like you can just stun at a one time. You can just stun a lot of the heroes but from the blue team. And Chip is really annoying here as I was talking about, and you can't escape if you get caught by the Chip. I'm like he with his ult, you will get uh just you will just get those sorry, you will just get that thing and you can't escape out there.
Yep, that actually is those teleportation plays I guess you were trying to talk about. And yeah, that teleportation plays, if Chip comes up with a follow up, she will be literally grabbing, like bringing every one of his team members onto one single team fight. So yeah, Chip can be really annoying onto that team fight as well. So the next ban coming up from the side of Team Coconuts, it might be an EXP laner or even a mid laner ban coming up because both of these positions are still open. They are yet to be deciding it. And yep, the EXP is getting targeted this time. This time it is going to be that Terizla getting banned out from the side of Team Coconut. So final ban coming up from the side of Team Demonic Creed, and it might be a jungler or maybe a gold laner. So they decided to ban out the Layla first. So the Nolan is still open and there are other options too. So in my prediction, it's either the gold lane or the jungle ban coming up from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about it, I mean, like there are pretty other junglers too, like Julian, Ling, and other heroes. I'm like they can outburst the backline that Bruno
See value
that
in me?
coming. Oh, but they are going for the Fadrian to ban, and they just think they just thought they might thought that they are going for the tanky heroes, so they banned the Fadrian. And Fadrian is also a good, uh, but they don't need that much tankiness, but they might go that. So they might thought that, so did not go. And Fadrian was banned, and now they are picking by the red team, and they might go for the jungler or marksman, and it's going to be a marksman in my guess. What do you think about it, Itami?
It actually can be a MM coming up from them. So, the jungler is still also open. So, most probably a jungler or a gold laner is expected. But against that Bruno, I guess a range kind of a marksman would be a better option. The Layla is banned out. But apparently, it is going to be that Granger. Granger is actually a really good match against that Bruno after he gets his Death Sonata, the ultimate, then he will be able to target out that Bruno even from a safe distance range. So he will be quite poking, as well as his damage will be up to the mark after he gets his, like, after he is able to get his stacks. So yeah, Granger pick here is quite valid. So if you ask me, by far looking at the drafts, so both of the drafts looking quite advanced to me, at least for now. They are flexing out those picks, for them, the EXP lane as well as the mid lane position is still open. They might be going out for that Lapu Lapu as well as the Nana I'm seeing onto the screen. But let's see what they actually go out with. The Faramis is also an option, but it is going to be that Vexana as well as the Lapu Lapu getting knocked down. I don't see Lapu Lapu quite often onto that EXP lane, but Lapu against the Yuzhong is actually a good match if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. And he just got his buff just in the season 2, and he is a pretty annoying if you can just burst with his skill. I'm like he can also deal a damage in the back line with his ult. I'm like he can just jump and flicker alt the back line, and there is also I'm like good matchup by the blue team, and blue team is full. I'm like they are just ready with their draft, and red team is picking out the hero, and it's going to be a hyper pick. So is it okay? It's going to be Barats. Okay, they are going for the tankiness, and they are showing that we are tanking and we are not giving you any kills. What do you think about it, Tommy?
Yup, they have decided to go out with a tank jungler. Apparently, that is going to be that Bharat. So yeah, Suyo, he will be able to dish out some decent amount of damage against that Bharat's onto the early phases of the game. But Bharat's, after he reaches the mid to the lead game phase, after he gets those defense kind of an itemization, then he will be quite tanky and he will be able to sustain onto that team fights, being a frontliner as well as the jungler, able to secure those retributions as well as that objective. So, in my opinion, both of the drafts are quite solid. And at this point, I would say the execution part is going to be mattering the most. Whichever teams works out more with their teamwork, it is going to be that team being victorious onto this best of one. We are diving onto the land of dawn, and right now we are onto the loading screen. So, give me a quick prediction, Zeman. Which draft do you like it better?
In my guess, I mean, like both the teams are like pretty much good. We're good with that, and the red team is, and we are jumping in the land of dawn, and they are going directly for the buff, and the blue side is going for the red buff, and the red side is also going for the red buff. So they are, I'm like blue from the blue side, and they are going to get delayed for that litho, and the red time for the red team. I'm like they will get that litho easily because they are just right up there. What do you think about it?
I think, for now they will just be focusing onto their neutral objectives, trying to get that level 4 spark like mark as soon as possible. Chip was trying to engage onto that tutorial, but for now they will be playing it out quite safe, focusing more onto their objectives, and they will be trying to contest for the Lethal Wanderer as well, both of the teams, and it will be that Bharat's actually able to get that Lethal Wanderer. VVZ was quite low. He will be forced to use his flicker out in order to be escaping. Bharat's is already engaging onto that purple buff of that Suyo, as well as all of the members from the side of Team Coconut are trying to engage onto that, and Bharat is going to be contesting for that turtle, as well as he will be able to get it. That Greenjo was quite low. He will be escaping, but no trades by far, and it is actually a win-win situation for the side of Team Coconuts.
Yeah, absolutely. They are not losing any heroes from the side, and they are not losing any players for the side. And Barrett is moving out with his blue buff out here, and we are seeing a fight out here in the XP lane. That Lapo is pretty much low health here with the Yuzhang fight here, and we are seeing in the top lane. We are seeing the marksman. Both the marksmen are farming out here, and the chip is helping out that Granger to farm that the Death Sonata out there. And now it's time for the turtle, and who is going to take it on the time. So in my opinion, I mean like in my thought, I guess so.
Oh, Yuzhong with that engage onto Vexana. That was a really good petrify play coming up. First blood for the side of Team Coconuts. already, and the turtle has already been started to get contested from that Bharat. So it might be an uncontested turtle unless that Suyo decides to engage, but he is getting quite zoned out from the side of Team Coconuts. The turtle easily being secured. The bravest fighter is yet to be used out by that Lapu Lapu. He is quite low, and that absorb coming up from the Yuzhong will be able to get a kill onto that Lapu Lapu. This Yuzhong is already quite an advantage. He is the one with two of the kills for the side of his team.
Yeah, and as we were talking about in the starting of the match, I mean, you were talking about that there are the pretty good heroes that, but
Oh!
you also.
Lapu
we are
with the
seeing
bravest
engagement here.
fighter. Bravest fighter being used out, but this time the Barats will be the one falling down. Lapu will be able to not engage, as well as the passive was used out by that Aurora, but Bruno with a really good follow-up, and it might be the double kill for him. A really good engage from the side of the blue team. They were able to find out those trades. Demonic Creed, they will be not backing down, and that Bruno was able to get two kills. So a really good news for the gold laner for the side of Team Demonic Creed already. Oh,
Ah,
but Suyo with the kill onto that Bharat just now. He was like contesting for his orange bus, but he will not be getting it. Instead, it will be the Suyo getting that kill onto that. Oh my god, Ranger might be taken down. The flicker being used out the Sana, but the damage will not be enough. Bruno will be taken down for that overextension. Chip with the really good timing. The goal laner has been fallen down from the side of the demonic raids as well. So the trades after trades happening, the teleportation is yet to be used out. But apparently it was the Vexana who got that orange drop from that Barats.
yes, and the Fleecy Glacier has been used up, and the teleportation has
Oh!
been used up. Ranger took that kill, and they are moving on the Vexina, and is it going to be a kill or not? Okay, they are just moving out there, and they are not going for that. Okay, they just
Oh!
gone, and Vexina will be taken out, and implosion.
Tigreal with that engage onto Yuzhong, almost getting that kill, but that stun as well as a kill onto that Aurora by that Bruno. Bruno with the follow up this time, but the shutdown onto Yuzhong already being done. Bruno is trying to engage, and this time he will be the one getting the kill onto that chip. This gold laner is actually really good. He is the one with 5 kills already onto his name. So yeah, Bruno getting that advantage more than Granger is definitely not a good news for that Granger, because Granger has only 1 kill, and in terms of the goal lead too, Bruno is leading that Granger with almost 1k goal lead, and the turtle being secured from the side of the blue team. So a definitely win-win situation for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are, I mean, like from the blue side, I mean, they are going for the anti-heal. They are going for the, they are going for the dominance. So I mean, like they are just going for the anti-heal. So it might be a problem for the Yuzhong. I mean, like he can be draining out those. And Lapu, did he just use his ult?
Oh, the bravest fighter will be falling down this time. Get a
Okay,
kill. Yep,
Yeah.
a kill onto the Black Dragon form also being used out as well. The Vexana will be the one falling down. A 2 for 0 trade actually for the side of Team Coconut. So, the Suyo is yet to be engaging onto that Yuzhong. He is trying to engage. Yuzhong is quite low. The retribution is yet to be used out, and he will only be emoting for now. The conceal play is coming up from that Tigreal, but no engages by far. Suyo with the follow-up once again onto that chip. That chip will be able to escape just for now. The turtle is yet to be spawning, and they will just be disengaging and focusing onto the buffs.
Absolutely, and Lapu is just doing out there in his lane. He's trying to push out, but the Yuzhong is coming out in the lane back again, and we are going to are we going to see engage in the top lane in the marksman lane or not?
It actually might be the case. The Tigreal, he has his flicker as well as ultimate. The implosion play is yet to be coming, but the killing spree going out for that Bruno. That damage will be enough. The Frenzy Glacier being used out by that Aurora, connecting on to nobody, but the spoke was still there. Suyo was still able to escape, but Suyo with the follow-up as well as the Vexana able to get a kill onto the jungler. The Barats will be falling down, and this might be an uncontested turtle for the side of Team Demonic Creed. They were able to get the kill onto that jungler as well as that Bruno might be able to get that tower, but no, they will not be engaging. and they will just be securing that turtle for now, and they will be having quite of an advantage onto that gold lead as well.
Yeah, they are already in the goal lead of 2K lead. I'm like, they are already in the 2K goal lead, so it is not a good news. I'm like, and in the blue side, I'm like, they are going for the okay. Is it going to be engaged? But it, I guess they won't engage for now because they are not in the good shape to engage right now. And from the
Oh, Granger might be taken down. The flicker being used out by him, but the range will not be enough, and will be the one securing that kill onto that Granger. That will be the mega kill for him. And yep, that Bruno is already with seven kills for his name, as well as that gold lead is quite massive from him compared to the Granger. He has
yeah,
over like almost
seven.
over, yeah, 7k. It's almost like 3k gold lead advantage. Lapu Lapu trying to engage. The bravest fighter has been, the passive of that Aurora will be popping out. The teleportation being used out by that chip. Shortcut being used out, but that Granger will be the one getting a kill onto Vexana. Black Dragon form also being used out by that Yuzhong as well. Finally a shutdown onto that marksman. The Bruno will be taken down. The implosion play coming from that take rail onto two people. Barrage will not be taken down, but instead it will be the Granger falling down. Yuzhong with the follow up, and this time take rail will be going down against the bravest fighter being used out by that Lapu Lapu, getting the kill onto Barrage, but a shutdown, and finally a 3 for 2 trade for the side of Team Demonic Trade. They are able to find those trades, but Suyo with that over engagement, he might be ending up losing his life, and that Aurora will be the one getting that Suyo down. That was quite an overextension. And Team Demonic Trade, they should have just waited for the Lord instead of engaging this now.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk about this lore, I mean, like lore is just spawning in the 5 seconds, and they don't have the hyper to contest for the lord. So it's going to be a free lot for the red
Oh,
team,
the
right?
horrified coming up this time onto Aurora, like that was a really bad positioning from her just now. Deadly part will be taken down as well. The Black Dragon form as well as teleportation being used out onto that Yuzhong, getting a shutdown onto Lapu Lapu. But Yuzhong might be the one falling down. The implosion play connected onto him. Tigreal was the one able to get a kill onto that Yuzhong. And Suyu is not backing down. That damage from that Bruno is way too much, but the Suyo will be the one able to get a kill onto that Baraz. A 3-for-1 trade for the side of Team Demonic Creed, and it will be an uncontested lot for their side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't think that blue team is going to take that lord. I mean, like they didn't have the hyper to contest for that lord, but they just outmatched that engage out there and they just took. I'm like, it's maybe Bruno just got his damage too much. I'm like, he just got his Valkyrie's Fury, and he just got his Malefic Gun, and he just got his Hustler. So he will be like safe here.
Yup, I do agree, and looks like they will be trying to engage or maybe able to get at least 1 or 2 towers with themselves, at least for now. Yuzhong with that engage onto Bruno. The stun was there, but the Black Dragon form being used out. Bruno was barely able to escape. Tigreal is quite low onto that team fight as well. Yuzhong trying to engage onto that Tigreal. He will be the one getting that kill, but that horrified as well as the bravest fighter and that Bruno combo will be taking that Yuzhong down. He will be losing his life for that overextension. A 1-for-1 trade for both of the sides, and they might be able to defend it. But that Nom Nom coming up from that Baraz onto Lapu Lapu, but still he will be able to sustain that damage. Instead, that Baraz will be the one falling down, but the Golina has also been taken down. That Bruno will be going down as well. The passive from that Aurora as well as the flicker being used out by that Granger, but Granger will be using that, losing his life as well. A 4-for-2 trade for the side of Team Demonic Creed once again. They were the one who had more advantage onto this team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking that this Yuzong is going for the tanky, but he is going for the kill. I mean, like he's just getting a kills for his team, and he just maintaining that goal lead out there by as a. I mean, like he's just acting like a marksman out there.
Oh, oh my god, that Nom Nom was actually baited out from that Baraz just by that Suyo. Quite some set of skills he was showing, but that Black Dragon form will be by that Yuzhong as well as the Petrify, but that Winter Crown will be able to save his life just for now, but the shutdown finally coming up onto that Suyo. Tigreal using that implosion onto that Barats, but still not a proper follow up. The bravest fighter, as well as the flicker combo coming up from that Lapu Lapu. He is trying to engage onto four people, getting that kill onto Aurora, but the Lapu will be falling down. Chip is quite low as well, and Bruno will be the one taking the kill onto him. Yuzhong is quite low. He will be able to escape or not, but I don't think he does has his Black Dragon form. He will be trying to recall, but I don't think he will be able to recall because that damage as well as that range from that Bruno is way too much, and they are just spamming those recalls. But oh my god, Yuzhong was actually the one able to get a kill at least onto that mid laner, so he definitely did bought some time for his team.
Yeah, it's a good trade for, if you ask me. That like he just took a mid laner for his team. I mean, like for the mage. I mean, like he just took a magic damage from the blue side.
Yep, and looks like they will be directly going on for the Lord, and it might be an uncontested Lord. But wait a minute, the Tigreal is not onto that position to be actually doing for that, going for that implosion play. The fight has already been taken down. The bravest fighter out by the Lapu Lapu, but still Surya will be the one able to get a kill. Look at the sustainability coming up from them, but they are able to find those streets. The Black Dragon form has been used out by that Yuzhong, as well as the Eternal Guard coming up from that Vexana. This time the immortality has been popped out. Ranger will they follow up? The Bruno going in with the flicker, as well as the damage will be way too much. And four of the members from the side of Team Coconuts have been taken down. They got the Lord as well as the higher advantage onto that trades. Even though the jungler as well as the EXP laner was taken down, they were able to find some advantage, and the death timers are still up to the point, and that Bruno is just spamming those recalls and dancing. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean, like he has a right to do that. I mean, like he just in a good in the save. I mean, like he just good in save. He just had the items, full items. He has his full item, and he has a goal lead, and he's just carrying his team too. So he has a right to recall those.
Indeed, but from the side of Team Coconuts, all of the members have spawned. The Black Dragon form has been used out, as well as the Nom Nom connecting on from that Barat. The Tigreal implosion is yet to be used out. The Frigid Glacier also being waited out. Aurora with the kill onto Lapu Lapu, but the new Bruno will be the one able to just mark out the crystal, and they didn't care about the treats. Team Demonic Creed will be the one victorious onto this game, and they will be proceeding on to the next round. So, actual good gameplay coming up from the side of Team Demonic Creed, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, like it was a good game. I mean, like they were all good. I mean, like at the beginning, I thought that Lapu Lapu is not that much good pick. I mean, like he was just dying out there in his lane, and he was losing a lanes. He was about to lose that lanes, but at by coming in the end, I'm like he just outsmart the players. I'm like he just played out well, and he just tanking it, and he just got some kills for the team too. And if you talk about me, I'm like from the red side. I'm like there is a little bit of, I don't know. I'm like Frigid Glacier was using quite well out there, but he was taken out by the Bruno. I mean, like, and the Vexana and all those implosions were coming out there by the Tiger, and he was getting out good implosions out there. So, and what do you think about it, Tommy?
I do agree with you on to that points as well, but that Chip actually came out with those shortcut plays. So when he used out its shortcuts, they were not able to find the higher advantage kind of a trade for them. It was instead Team Demonic Creed having the higher trades, like it was a 4-4-2. It happened out like that because of the goal lead as well as those gaps in itemizations as well. So they were the ones who engaged more and got that advantage more. So that might be the one of the reasons why Team Coconuts actually ended up losing this game. And that Lapu Lapu pick, against that Yuzhong, Lapu is actually good. Onto the early phases, Yuzhong is quite strong. But in terms of sustainability as well as engaging onto that team fights, Lapu has quite a high advantage. So I would say he took on that mastery over meta kind of a thing, because we don't see Lapu Lapu much onto that tournament scene, at least for now, quite often. Like we see that Phobius, Khalid, Gatut Kacha, and all. So he was able to out, work out that Lapu Lapu quite well. So I guess that is going to be it for this match. So me and Lemon will be signing off for now, but we will be back with another matches. Till then, stay tuned.
in the crown championship of round 3 on the day 3, and it's a match 3. Not enough information versus on the blue side we have a not enough information, and on the red side we have a 9 o'clock team. So it's going to be a pretty good match, as I think so. What do you think? Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot to give an introduction about my partner. He is Itami, and he's going to give a brief information about himself. And Khalid has been banned.
Yep. So thank you so much for that info. We are back with the round number three, as my co-caster Lemon mentioned it. So yeah, they have just decided to go out with the bans, and the first ban is apparently going to be that Khalid. So Khalid is quite an expected kind of a ban because he is a flex pick. He can be played onto the roam position as well as onto the EXP. So pretty decent band coming up onto the first place. From the side of Team 9 o'clock, they are proceeding with their bands, and apparently they might be going with another meta hero band, which can be the Chip, the Suyo, the Jushin. There are plenty of like options as well as the Fanny too. So Fanny is quite strong of a jungler right now. So yeah, Fanny ban is quite expected, I would say. What do you say, Lemon?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like, you can just, I'm sorry, she can just cut through the enemy in the backline, and she can just escape from there. I'm like, Fanny is pretty good if you can control her cable. And we are seeing a ban from the blue side. And is it going to be Hilda or something? I'm like, Hilda is also in the meta, and it's also a menace hero, if you say. What do you think about it, Itami?
That actually can be the case because yeah, Hilda is quite of a
Born by
pick
the
as well, but
light,
apparently they are
glowing
going
by lantern's light.
Jushin onto the mid lane. She is one of the strongest mid laners, at least for this patch. So definitely an STR mage getting banned out, followed by the Hilda, as you like predicted, the Hilda getting banned out. So still some good amount of options actually being left out for the ban section because like the chip, even the Suyo is there, and even
Absolutely.
the Gatut Kacha is also there. So there are
Yeah, and
actually
you can
plenty
also,
options. Yep.
yeah, you can also include the Bruno.
Definitely. And yep, Bruno is also one of the strongest picks, and he is one of the best marksmen, at least onto this patch. So apparently it is going to be that Phobius getting banned out. We are not going to be seeing him spamming his ultimate, the Infernal Pursuits coming up. So the final ban from the side of Team 9 o'clock, it might be the chip or it might be something else, another meta hero, or maybe a respect ban coming up from the side. But yep, as you said, the Bruno is actually getting banned out.
Absolutely. I was thinking that first you should ban or meta heroes instead of your picks. I mean, like, you can just go out with the enemy picks and all. You can just outdraft the enemy, but you just focus on the meta heroes at first. What is say? And Nana is going to pick up, and I don't think so. It's a good pick, but I hope they will make out,
Yep.
and they are going for the Granger.
They actually swapped out the Nana for the Granger. So yeah, Granger is quite a strong gold laner right now. But a first pick Granger, there were other plenty options like the Gatot Kacha as well as the chip was also open. They might have went for that, but maybe it might be one of their comfort pick as well as their priority picks. That might be the reason they have decided to lock in the Granger as their first pick. From the side of Team 9 o'clock, we are yet to see the response coming up, and apparently it is going to be that Ling, the jungler, getting picked out quite early, followed by the Matilda too. So Matilda combined with the Ling, I don't see it quite often. Like Matilda, I mostly see her getting combined with a utility kind of a jungler like the Alpha or even the Bane or even a tanky jungler like the Barats or the Akai. So, Matilda, she can be actually acquired with that mid laner for that guiding wind, as well as that EXP laner will be having some additional mobility onto this game.
Absolutely. Or we are seeing a Granger pick from the blue side, and it might be a flex pick by them. I mean, like, Granger can be a good pick on the jungler. Also, if you say, and okay, they are not going for the Granger pick for, and they are Granger will be the MM marksman for the blue side, and the Hayabusa has been picked out, and
Oh,
Kagura,
Hayakagura.
they are going for the
Hayakagura.
they are going for the couple.
Hayakagura. Yep. The couple goals apparently, and that is going to be that Hayakagura. So it would be quite exciting to watch actually how this Kagura is going working out for them because Kagura onto the tournament scene, we don't see her quite often getting picked out because she doesn't have that much amount of crowd control like the other mages have, like the Vexana and the Aurora. They would have been quite a better option, but it looks like it is one of the comfort picks. So that is the reason why Team Not Enough Information are picking up that Kagura. And apparently, it is going to be Tokyo locking in that Arlet for himself. So, Arlet definitely this one is going to be a EXP laner because that Matilla is already picked out. So, Matilla room combined with the Arlet EXP, he will be having more mobility for himself as well as the Hylos getting banned out, followed by the Aurora too. So some decent amount of decent bans coming up from both of the sides onto the second phase.
Absolutely, and it can be okay. They are going for the Gato ban out there. Okay, they might thought that the Gato can be picked up by the blue team, but they just banned the Gato, and it's going to be a ban. And what can be a ban? It can be a ban, a marksman ban out there. Okay, Beatrix. I
Oh,
was about to say that.
Beatrix, yeah. Beatrix is actually a really good matchup against that Granger. So, yeah, Beatrix ban was quite an okay-ish ban, at least for now. And Team 9 o'clock will be the one proceeding with their maybe the gold laner or maybe the mid laner for their side. So, they are yet to be what they are going to be picking up against that Granger. But if you ask me, then even that Layla will be good. But apparently, the divergent play lady is going to be coming onto the land of dawn. It is going to be that Louis getting locked down from the side of Team 9 o'clock, and immediate response from the side of Team Not Enough Information. It is going to be that Yuzhong followed by that Carmela. So if that Curse of Blood actually did connect it onto the point, then Carmela as well as this Kagura combo might go quite hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, if you talk about our blue team just completed the draft, and the red team is going to draft, and they are going for the marksman pick. And what is going to be? Is it going to be Lela or Clint or something that can outburst? Okay, they are going for the flex pick. It's going to be a Lunox pick for the marksman lane. And is it a good marksman? If you say, then her skill is pretty good as it at marksman, but I don't think so they are going to. But in the team fight, what do you say?
Lunox Gold Lane is actually a valid pick if you ask me. Against that Ranger, she will be having some hard time. But if she is positioned well as the roamer helps her, then definitely Lunox, after getting out core items, she will be quite annoying onto the team fight. So oh, okay. An exorcist kind of composition coming up from the side of Team Not Enough Information. And Team 9 o'clock, they will be proceeding with their regular draft. And if you ask me, then in terms of the draft, I actually like 9 o'clock's draft quite better because they have the pick off kind of a hero. The Link can be quite the initiator as well, but we are going to be heading on to the land of Dawn. This is going to be that best of one series between Team Not Enough Information going up against Team 9 o'clock. So here we go onto the land of Dawn.
Absolutely, and they are going directly going for the buffs of their sides, and Hayabusa will be going with the red buff. And here, if we talk about the red side, Ling will be going with the blue buff. So they are going for, and Matilda is doing annoying that Hayabusa in that, and she is trying to cut that buff for their team.
Yup.
Okay,
Oh, Kazum was actually there right inside, but Kazum might be taken down. He might look, and he will be falling down. The super extension will be costing Kazum his life. The first blood going up actually for the side of Team Not Enough Information. So a good trade actually. That was the jungler falling down. So Ling trying to contest for that buff was not quite worth it. Look at that use on the petrify play also being used out. Tokyo was quite like Tokyo was able to sustain it at least for now. but that alert will be quite annoying onto the laning phase against that Yuzhong. But if Yuzhong actually gets some advantage, then he will be the one actually outshining him onto that EXP lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about the 9 o'clock team composition, they picked marksman as well Lunox, and
Oh,
it was okay.
okay, the flicker actually being baited out by the
Was it
okay.
a shadow kill by the Hayabusa?
Yep, it was, and yeah, he was able to escape for now. And looks like the turtle is about to be spawning, and Ling might try to initiate a team fight onto that Kagura, but Kagura is actually on a safer position at least for now, and the turtle is respawning. But looks like team will be like Ling will be contesting for his purple buff first. After that, he will be trying to contest for that turtle. Yuzhong was trying to dive right in. Tokyo, okay, Kagura with a solo kill onto that Luo Yi. So, Lino Proc is quite struggling onto the early phases of the game. The turtle is actually started to being contested by that Hayabusa. First, Carmela is trying to get some visions onto that purple buff side as well. The final slash coming up from that alert. Hayabusa will be the one falling down this time. That was a really good follow-up from Tokyo. The Black Dragon form as well as the Petrify being used out, the templates of play also being used out by that Link. But the follow-up coming up from the side of Team 9 o'clock, and immediately Team Not Enough Information are losing members one by one. That was a 3-for-0 trade, and as well as a turtle going for the side.
Absolutely, that was a good trade by the 9 o'clock team. I'm like they just pick and they are pretty much good. I'm like they just make a mistake in the early game, but now they are come backing out there and they are going for the Granger. Okay, they didn't get that Granger out there. He didn't. They are not going to take that Granger for now, but they will be
Oh,
going
Carmela with
further.
the curse of blood connecting onto nobody. That was actually a really bad follow up. The Templates of Blades being used out by that link onto Granger. Granger will be the one falling down. Kozum will be able to escape just barely, as well as the Dark's Order coming up from that Lunox, able to get a kill onto that Carmela. So a win-win trade for the side of Team 9 o'clock by far. And that Matilda is actually quite contributing onto the team fights. But that Kagura is yet to be falling. Hayabusa is yet to use his Ogi Shadow Kill. He doesn't have it. And Kuro will be retreating just for now. And looks like Team 9 o'clock have got quite the momentum. They got the goal lead. And a solo kill. Once again, Yuzhong will be the one taking Kazum down. And Yuzhong with the Black Dragon form, he is not yet stopping. Tokyo is trying to escape. The Petrify is yet to be used out. But Matilda will be the one saving that Arlet. That Guiding Wind will be saving that Arlet his life. Oh, but Yuzhong once again the Kagura actually with the killing spree onto Louis. That was the second kill for Kagura onto the Medina Louis. She has fallen down twice. The Ogi Shadow kill being used out by that Hayabusa, but still no trades for the side of team. Not enough information. The Petrify was yet to be used out. Yuzhong is trying to initiate another team fight. The circling eagle coming up from that Matilda. She is trying to initiate another team fight, but Yuzhong will be the one getting a kill, as well as the dark form being used out by that Lunox have shut down onto that Kagura finally, and Lunox is already onto a killing spree. And Team 9 o'clock trying to get back the momentum, but this time the turtle will be taken down from the side of Team Not Enough Information.
Yeah, and they are going for the pretty much good trade by the both team, and both teams are trying their best to take those early
Oh,
farms out there. And Yuzhong will be taken out one shot by the Link.
he was trying to cut those lanes actually, but he was not aware of the fact three people will be like circling him
Mhm.
and taking him down. But the circling eagle coming up, Carmela is quite low. She will be able to sustain just for now, but Lunox with a really follow up. The dark mode will be able to take that Carmela down, and that guiding wind being used out by that Matilda once again in order for that Lunox to escape. Tokyo is quite low. He is trying to escape, but this time Hayabusa with a follow up, as well as the Ogi Shadow kill being used out. Arlet will be the one falling down, but still trades after trades from the side of team. Not enough information. And this is definitely not a one-sided game by far, but 9 o'clock will finally get the first tower of this game for their side. And Hayabusa is trying to engage another team fight. The circling eagle coming up from the Matilda. Kagura with the follow-up onto Luoi. The Death Sonata being used out by that Ranger. The Dark Form being used out by that Lunox in order to escape. but Carmilla is not yet going down. The Curse of Blood actually not connecting up to the point, at least for now. But team, not enough information. They are able to get those trades by far. Matilda should be escaping. The stun was there, but the damage will still not be enough to take her down.
Absolutely, both the teams are going pretty much too much onto the game. I'm like they are just taking
Oh,
that game too far. Okay, he will be
oh, the
gone
Oki
and
Shadow kill by that Hayabusa, but this time was able
flash
to
of
escape.
versus will
Link,
be falling.
Link coming up this time. The diversion play is also being Knox with the kill onto that Yuzhong. Kagura with the follow. Matilda will be the one going down. The flicker being used out by the Kagura in order to escape. She won't be able to escape. The tower was taken down, but still, team not enough information are losing members one by one. That is going to be that triple kill for Kazum. And still, it might not be a maniac, but the Death Sonata as well as the flicker being used out by the Greaser in order to escape. Kazum is contesting for that purple buff of the jungler, the Hayabusa's jungle, and that is going to be an unstoppable for that Link. Kazum is unstoppable at this point, but he might be contesting for Hayabusa's blue buff, but he has decided to let it go for now. Yuzhong was trying to follow up the dark mode being used out by the Lunox, and that Lunox is onto a monster kill. Kagura with the follow up, but the brilliance being used out by that Lunox in order to sustain from that Kagura's ultimate. She was able to do so, and the turtle has already been spawned. And looks like team not enough information might be the one contesting it first, but still 9 o'clock having the higher advantage onto this game.
Absolutely, and both the teams are doing pretty
Oh,
well. And now we're seeing a okay.
diversion play! Oh my god! Kuro will be instantly taken down the connect, but there is no proper side of team formation. The Lunox damage is way too much, and this time Louis will be the one getting the kill onto Kagura, and team not enough information are falling down one by one. It was a 3-for-0 trade, and it might be a 4-for-0, but Yuzhong will be able to get a kill onto Tokyo, but losing his life as well. Legendary for Oh My Papi, and they will be able to find a 4-for-1 trade. The Lord has already been spawned, and it might be an uncontested Lord for the side of Team 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and both of the like he's just giving that vision to the jungler so he can take that lord for the free. And now we're seeing and Lord will be taken out by the red team, 9 o'clock team, and it will be a good. Like it will be a good for the 9 o'clock team, but it will be a bad news for the not enough information, and that they were doing pretty well in the early game, but when it comes to a late game, they are just lacking behind, and they are lacking behind with the goal lead too. So what do you think on the which hand it's going to be?
I think 9 o'clock, if they are able to sink those lanes and get those trades, then they might be team as well. The Death Sonata as well as the flicker. The Tempest update being forced out, the monster kill going up, but finally a shutdown onto Kazum. He will be the one losing his life as well. A 1-for-1 treat for the side of both of the teams. The Ogi Shadow kill being used out of that Hayabusa. Flicker will be able to save his life. A beautiful final slash onto two people, but alone in Tokyo will be dying alone this time. And brilliance being used out by that Lunox in order to escape. To Hayabusa is not slowing down. The Ohishadow kill is not there, so he will not over initiate any more team fights. Ranger is not having a good time, and it will be 9 o'clock having the more advantage. They will be able to get this tower as well.
Yeah, and they do have a flash of Oasis too for the second life as or you can say that the healing outcoming by the Matilda. Like he with the combined with the flash of Oasis and that roaming build of blessing. Like he will be getting they will be getting that lot of healing by the Matilda, and they won't be get taken out that much easily, if you ask me. So that maybe that might be a region that they are sustaining a lot more than not enough information teams.
That actually can be the case, and looks like Hayabusa of side of nothing much he can add about it. And in terms of the towers, too, 9 o'clock having the 5 tower advantage might be coming up from the Carmilla. The Curse of Blood being used out, as well as the Black Dragon form being used alone in Tokyo will be falling down, as well as the Matilda going down. and that was a 2 for 0 trade for the side of team. Not enough information. Lunox is still hiding onto that bush, and if she gets her vision, then she might be able to find those trades onto that Kagura, but still a not proper follow-up from the side of team. Not enough information, at least for now, to be getting that kill. But Lunox is getting that stun, and a really good play coming off from that Kagura. There is the ultimate being used out as well. Kazum is trying to do that follow-up. The tablets of blades being used out. The double kill for Kazum, and it might be the triple kill as well as the maniac for him. A 4-for-1 situation, but still he was able to sustain it. A maniac for Kazum, and Hayabusa will be directly going onto that base. He was able to sustain onto that team fight, and man oh man, that was a beautiful maniac from that Ling.
Absolutely, and Lord will be also spawning out here, and it was a trade of four on what cost one lane. So it was a very bad trade out there, and they are going for the Lord, and it will be uncontested if you ask me, because I'm like they are not okay. Lord will be
Yep.
taken out by the red team.
The yeah 9 o'clock able to get another untested lot for themselves this time. For the side of T, not enough information. It's only the inhibitor tower. If the laning
Correct.
is onto the point, so they even might be able to end this game as well. The diversion play coming anytime soon. On to 4 people. There comes the diversion as well as the dark form being used out. Kuro instantly getting taken down. The Matilda is the one actually with the double kill. 3 of the members from the side of Team Not Enough Information are trying to retreat. That was a beautiful diversion play by that Louis, able to find 2 people from the side of Team Not Enough Information. It's only the Yuzhong as well as the Carmilla and the Granger to be defending their base. Link with the follow-up, the unstoppable going for Kazum. This time, Lunox will be the one getting the kill, and a complete wipe out for the side of Team Not Enough Information. 9 o'clock are the ones dominant, and they will be taking this game as well as qualifying for that next round.
Absolutely. I'm like, it was a menace. I'm like, at the beginning, we are thinking that it's going to be a win for not enough information, but by the coming in the late game, by coming by the time and time, I'm like, 9 o'clock team just proved us wrong. I'm like, they just got the kills, they just got the objectives, and they just got that good team fights out there, and they just got the all the trades, and they were in the goal lead. I'm like, it was like pretty much good out there. I'm like, if you ask me, then as a Linux, as a marksman lane, I thought it's a pretty weak hero, but she proved me wrong. I'm like, Linux is a pretty good marksman, and I'm going to try it in rank
Yep,
games.
you should. Yeah, you should definitely try Lunox Gold Lane. She is actually good, but if you have a better team, then it would be better. But don't actually try her onto that, because Linux will be lacking that kind of push that she expects from her team. So, yeah, coming back onto the point of the game, 9 o'clock with that victory, as well as securing the next spot for the next spot for the tournament, and they will be proceeding on to the further stages. Meanwhile, team not enough information will be saying the goodbyes for now. I hope we will be seeing them on to more tournaments, but for now, me as well as Lemon will be signing off from the casting decks. We will be back with another match though, and you will be joined with another 2 casters for them. Till then, me as well as then Lemon signing off. So stay tuned.
Tada, bye bye.
welcome guys to a crown championship. It's our third round, and it's our fourth match of the day. On the blue side, we have Limitless Infinix. On the red side, we do have Sheesh Sunday. Your caster Burger, and uh, on my other half, there is our sweet and cute Miss Asuya. So Asuya, please introduce yourself to the stream.
Good evening, everyone. And yes, hello, everyone. It is a beautiful night, and I'm very happy to be here to be able to cast with Parker. And with that, let's just move on to the draft phase. Both of these teams are actually not new to me. Actually, I have casted for them before, and yeah, they are good teams. So I think even for the band section, they might be going in for those standard meta bands. With a Fanny and a Zushin been banned out, a Bruno, a Sicilian could also be on the list. What do you think, Burger?
Yes, these days we could also see Layla getting banned a lot because of that malefic gun. The range she gets provided in the late game, that's really lethal. And from the back line, as a marksman, she can, set in those damage bars really high. And we can see Khalid has been banned. So as we know, Khalid can be a flex pick for our team because he can play an EXP as well as a sustained front laning roamer.
Well, true, Khalid is a great pick. One of my favorite picks, if you ask me. And he did receive some nerf, but that did not actually impact much, especially when it comes towards the late game. He can be as useful as he was there before. And just like you mentioned, I think Lala is actually climbing up the ranks right now, the meta, with the Malefic gun. She can just sit behind the base and two shot anyone who's coming your way. So yeah, when it comes to defending the base, Lala is one of the top tier marksmen. But then again, you should be picking up a Lala when there is no dive-in assassin and there is a kind of wall in front of you who can actually protect you and let you farm. So I don't think so that they will be going in for a Lala ban. But then just look at that. A Julian and a Kufra has been banned out. A pretty peculiar ban if you ask me because a Sicilian could have been banned out. Suya is open, Alpha is open, Hyros is open, Garukacha is also open.
Uh, Actually, I guess people now these days player are really getting confused which hero they should ban because ML is providing with such new combinations and such new heroes. So I guess that's what fascinates people of to play ML. So on the other side, Team She's Sunday has picked up Aurora and Caramella, and hope we are hoping this would be their core combination for the opponents to strike them down.
Although the curse of blood coming from Carmela, if it actually connects onto a lot of people, it could be an absolute disaster because our CC Queen Aurora has also been picked up by the side of Sheesh Sunday. And yes, their combination is kind of unstoppable. But then again, maybe, since Sicilian has already been picked up from the side of Limitness, they maybe just trying to deny the Carmela because this combo couple gets an extra skill, which is the Moonlit Waltz. So yeah, but then again, I do not think so, that Carmela could be a ban here because Hylas is open. Just look at them. They have Uncle Chips will be going in for most probably a flex pick on the EXP with the Hylas.
Surely they have picked up Hylos really good as a jungler. Oh, sorry, good as a roamer as well as a EXP laner because he can do sustain a lot and provide those damages through his magic circles. So that's really annoying. But let's see what Team Sunday has to pick on their third slot.
Well, yes, we're just waiting it out. It's just, but then again, I really want to mention that I think picking up a Joe is a great option here if he's actually able to pick off Aurora pretty much because Aurora will be behind the scenes. She also has the pride of ice, so you really need her to come towards the front so that people can actually take her down. She will be the bone of contention in those team fights, and for that, Joe is a great pick. But then again, picking if Joe is on the roam, then it's fine. But then if he goes to the EXP lane, I think it's a very, very good counter right there. Our Phobia's passive will be popping up in mere seconds.
Yeah, sure. Phobos has been an annoying hero since his revamp because he can really jump, throughout the map. because his ulti has no cooldown after that revamp. But let's look towards the second banning phase. Infamous Joy, along with that Hayabusa, are getting banned, as well as that new revamp Granger. I guess Granger, after that update, is really being a menace in the Land of Dawn. That really is, a mess because of his skill sets. They are really, you can, maybe, you can use them both ways. So, what do you say, Asuya?
Well, true. Granger is an absolute menace, and especially he even works out really, really well when you go for the jungle because this guy can stack up, and he also has that range with his ultimate. So yeah, he can dish out a lot of damage as the clock strikes by. And with that, I was kind of hoping that since Matilda is open and no one has actually picked her up, and like if Limitless would have gone in for Matilda, it could have been a wonderful team composition because Hylos is really beefy, really sustainable. He even has a revitalize, but then again, Matilda into the ranks, giving out so much mobility, so much like she opens up the map so much with her heals, with shields. She can provide a lot of sustainability, but then they did not go for her. Like I'm kind of surprised because mostly Matilda, if she's open, she's kind of a priority pick for either of the teams. But never mind that. Just look that Suyo has been picked up from the side of Sheesh Sunday. And since Suyo is a hero who needs a snowball in the early game, you really, really need to go in for the aggro. So I'm really, kind of want to see that which marksman will they be going in for.
And they have picked Ixia for a reason, and that's because she has a really good damage output as well as a good life steal. And with her ultimate, having that Hylos on her front as well as Cho and Alpha, I can say she has a good front lane composition, so she can, easily without thinking much, can open up her ultimate and provide that necessary damage to finish off the opponents. And we can't even forget that Cecilion, who will be snowballing with his damage in the mid to late game.
So, like both the team comps looking really strong to me. But then again, if you ask me, I think the side of Team Limitless do have a pretty easy to go kind of rough because it's not dependent on anything. And while Ashish Sunday actually need to wait it out for the ultimate, especially coming from Carmela, they really need her to initiate with those curses of blood, and someone even needs to just bait away all the dashes the side of Team Infinix has. So yeah, a bit more hard to pull off team composition. But then again, if you're able to do it pretty well, it is kind of a high risk, high reward team composition. And with that, I think the matchup of an alpha against a Suyo is really, really brilliant because both of these junglers can actually fit against each other in the early game with the farming speed and with the sustain as well as the damage.
Truly, and with that being said, our match has been started. So, guys, do share, like, and subscribe our channel, and let's keep up with the content we create. That is much more interesting. So let's see. Both junglers are starting with their red buffs, and I guess Shoyu would like to rotate to the EXP lane, if I'm not wrong, because he's starting from the Litho side, and the other goes to the EXP. So let's see.
Yes, not much is happening. Jungle is just farming at this point, and no one knows Satan is in that bush trying to provide some vision. Meanwhile, just look at us here competing for the little paradox, looking really low, but at this time connecting on to Satan with the Petrify. But then again, there will be no one to follow up, so Carmela will just be retreating at this point. And with that, Sui also kind of missing out his skills. Like nothing much is happening. Same goes for the EXP lane. Hylos kind of overpowering our what is that, phobias at this point. But then both of these teams looking to play it safe.
Yeah, both really can't, risk in with those early kills, cause that would be a very crucial or a critical moment for either of the teams.
Well, true. With that, just look at Paradox merely escaping in 1 HP and also those Sanguine class connecting onto two people. Really great positioning of the skills. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I do see Suya trying to gank up our Hylos. Uncle Chips in a low HP, but then he will be fine since he is a Hylos after all.
Very true, Hylos. And not to forget, he does also have this revitalize for that emergency purpose. And the turtle is about to spawn in seconds, and it has spawned. Let's see which of the hypers get it first. Cho coming in. I guess Team Limitless Infinix have an advantage over surrounding out the turtle, and an easy turtle for Alpha, easily taken by him because Shoyu didn't try to contest it that much, even though he was standing over there.
Well, true. I mean, their team wasn't ready. The tank was in the top lane trying to support the marksman, and I think this is not the standard rotation because you really want to go gank the EXP lane, take the turtle to your name because it gives out a lot of buffs and EXP and also gold. But then again, Suyu is also a hero who can actually dive in, take those kills, like an infamous heroes for stealing the turtles, stealing the neutral objectives, but then he didn't want to risk it out 1 versus 3. Meanwhile, just look at the bot lane. It was the first blood finally taken away. Ron's getting taken down. And with that, we do see Satan just trying to support the marksman. Not much is happening with that. I mean, these teams are really playing it really slow and passive. Nothing much to say. And with that, just look at Ron's trying to initiate angle chips, looking in the bad position as the frost breeze freezes her up, and it will be a trade-off. The 1-1 kill, both the kills in the EXP lane. And I think Paradox might go in for some engage right there, but then the stun coming from Satan. Sanji also in position. They are looking for 1 kill. And look at the ultimate coming from that alpha charge. Also right there, I think it will be Satan who will be taken down right there. And the marksman left all alone. Claw trying to barely survive with his life. He does use the second skill, but he is surrounded from all the sides of Blazing Do It coming in. But then the damage isn't enough. The way of the dragon connecting on, and Sanji will be securing the second kill of the game. Meanwhile, the jungler and the mage from the side of Team Sunday not there at the nick of time to support the marksman.
Team Sunday is really struggling with their rotation, I think, and as throughout we have seen, they have also failed in rotating towards the turtle as well and providing support to the marksman. That's why they have lost some kills, and she opened her ult up. She also has killed Carmela along with Sicilian, but they lost their Sicilian. 1-for-1 trade, but then their mage has been sacrificed for their roamer. Not much of a good, I would say.
True, like Carmela went in with the Curse of Blood, just connecting onto a marksman. I think she was way too far ahead in the overengage because the damage dealer from behind couldn't catch up, and it was a kind of waste of the Curse of Blood. And with that, I think they're not looking good in a good position right there as our Sanji already onto the turtle, the stun connecting in, but she doesn't have the Curse of Blood. And so you're trying to go in with the way of the dragon connecting right there. The damage coming from Sicilian is also enough, but then again, look at the disengage coming from Suyo. He is able to escape, but then again, oh my god, Claude tried to make that sneak play right there, but he was also caught up. So I think it was the jungler traded off, the marksman traded off instead of the jungler, and that Paradox might go in for the orange buff. He's just trying to provide some vision right there.
Now, with that, I guess retribution. Sure, you can easily take that red buff towards him, and so now she Sunday need to really work up on their rotation because it's really lacking behind in the goal lane, as the EXP laner of their team has been a very good performer, and he's, I guess, as being a tanky hero, he's doing well in his lane, and we can see a lane switch coming up from Claude. Will that be a beneficial act to the team? She's Sunday. What do you think, Asuya?
I do not think so because the side of Team Sunday is actually playing really passive. They do have a lot of aggro onto the hands, a lot of damage, but then again, even Suya, the Curse of Blood connecting onto 2 people, but the damage from Arsuya isn't enough. He already used up all his skills. Why are they not waiting up for the initiation? Look at the Frigid Glacier connecting onto Paradox, but Paradox will be able to escape. Meanwhile, the Pride of Ice right there from Aurora, and yes, she will be taken down. And I think the ultimate coming from Bacha was also kind of used up, so you're trying to go in, trying to defend, but the Wave the Dragon and the Sanguine Glass connecting right there, and the Alpha charge, Sanji looking really low, but he will be able to heal up. Meanwhile, Satan able to do, not able to provide any, help to the team.
That's because I probably during the early trades, in case we can say the turtle or the early team fight in the gold lane, that's becoming a really big thing in the lacking behind of this damage for their team. Because these small minor mistakes can really turn up the tides of the game, and team limitless infinix are really taking advantage of the small rotational mistakes of team Sunday. She's Sunday. Yeah.
I'm so proud in a bad position. He will be able to dash away the glorious pathway along with the flicker and all coming from our Joe, but then the purifier has also been used up. The damage Alpha kind of following up. The revitalize has also been popped up, and yes, Claude will be just losing his life at that point. And I think even the blue buff will go into the hands of Team Infinix since there is no one to actually defend. I mean, when there is a tank, you really need those initiations, right? The initiations from Carmilla aren't good, and I think Suyo is missing out on a lot of skills, and the team is kind of split apart and not looking to play together. And in the tournament, you really need that communication, so I think they need to just back up because I mean, it's 8 minutes into the game. The gold lead is also in the hands of Team Infinite. But look at that, the Revitalize along with the Sanguine Class connecting onto Phobius. Phobius will be taken on by those bats. And one by one, they will be falling down. Look at Satan trying to go in between three people. I think you will be taken on as the Sanguine Class connect once again along with the Alpha Charge. The Glorious Pathway coming in once again. Just look at the freeze coming in, but then they will just be disengaging.
Carmela, I mean, Satan really need to work on his positioning right now, because instead of giving vision, he's giving free kills to team Limitless Infinix. So he really does need to see up that. And Claude has been surrounded by 4 people, and the kill has been taken by Joe there.
That was a very, very bad positioning coming from Claude. I mean, just look at them. They're playing it so passive. They're not looking for help. But look at the stun connecting in along with the glorious pathway. I think Satan will be coming down. Meanwhile, the same goes for Aurora. She might be able to escape. Yes, she does. But then see, others. Wait a second. In the top lane, Alpha taking that solo kill onto Suyo. I mean, what can I say? It's an utter snowball from the side of the Team Infinix right now with the core lead in their favor.
Sheesh, Sunday is really getting snowballed at this thing right now. And as you said it early Asuya, that it's really hard to pull up this kind of composition, but if you do, it's gonna be a win-win situation for you, and they really had pulled it off, I guess. And they're taking the Lord, and it's the 8-minute Lord. I guess it won't be that much hard to defend for Team Sunday, but then they already are an extent to their inhibitors, so I guess they would lose some of the inhibitors in this Lord.
And just look at the stun connecting from Suyo and the Petrify along with the stun onto Paradox, but that's not your priority target. Even the Curse of Blood actually missing out, connecting onto no one. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Claw trying to take that kill onto Paradox. Paradox will be able to dash away. And the Lord also taken away. Things are not looking good for the side of Team Sunday right now. And I think, something is wrong with the Phobius because I've been seeing him standing on the base since so long. Maybe he has some connection issue, I am not sure. But with that, the Lord smashing down, the Holy Shield been taken out from the... Wait a second, the Sanguine Claws connecting along with the damage coming from the bad impact. The Lord's Pathway also right there trying to slow people away, but the inhibitor will be taken down and Suya will just be dashing it away.
And as you mentioned, I guess they are having a problem with their Phobius. I guess he is AFK right now. That will be a very big disadvantage for their team.
Finally, the Curse of Blood actually connecting on to people, but meanwhile, look at the damage coming from her Ixia. At this point, she did secure that triple gold, might go in for the Maniac if the Sanguine was actually connected right there, but look at that. 3 people down. I do not think so that they will be able to defend their base as only the mage and the marksman are left. Although people do have a really low HP right there, but they will be marking down the base. Look at the Sanguine along with the Alpha Charge connecting on, and the Claude will be taken down as the HP of the base is just melted away. And this is a victory for the side of Team Limitless in Phoenix.
Team Infinix did won this match, but we did expect a lot of from She Sunday, because the kind of composition they are having is really lethal and could have been a really bad news for Team Infinix if they used their compositions really precisely. But then it's not about the heroes and the skill. Well, it's not about the heroes that you choose. It's about the team you have and the practice you do with your team. Mainly the combination. I would say the team practice coordination and whatnot. So I guess Team Limitless Infinix have pulled it off really quite well. So Asuya, handing over to you.
Well, yes, you're right. I think the side of Sheesh Sunday did have a really good team composition with a lot of meta picks onto the hands, but then somehow they were split apart. They were out rotated. They were really playing it safe, like really passive because Carmela's art were not on point, and also if even if they were there, there was enough follow ups. So I think it was a lack of communication from the side of Team Sunday. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going in for a short break. So just stay tuned because there are more matches to come.
Welcome back, stream, to our Crown Championship series. It's day three and round also three. It's match number fifth. It's between Team Zeppelin, Zeppelin RS, and on the red side we have Nova Knight. So right, uh, let's dive into the banning phase. I'm Bhargav, and with me again, I do have our, very elegant caster, which is Asuya. So, Asuya, what do you have to say about this banning phase?
Thank you, Burger, for that introduction. And answering you, I think, as usual, we will be seeing those standard meta bans coming in, unless the teams have done some homework and decided to just ban out something which is kind of a comfort pick or a signature pick of either of the sides. And with that, just look at that Fanny being banned out. I think it's the best option right now because ever since she has received that buff, Fanny players can actually spam her quite easily, and yes, she is a menace. She can go in with a sustain build instead of the pure damage build and still be deal out a lot of damage, especially towards the squishies.
And not just Fanny users, even non-Fanny users also do spam a lot. So, both
I am one of
both
them.
ways it's working. And on the other side, we can see Team Nova Knights has did ban Sicilian, as we have seen in the last match. Cecilion did snowball a lot from the start, I would say, because uh, the opposing team of the Cecilion wasn't, that much prepared for the tournament, or what I would say. They didn't, sum up their skills very much. So, yeah. What do you think the next bands are gonna be?
Well, if you ask me, like it should be a Zushin, it should be a Bruno, and like these Fanny, Bruno, Zushin, and Sicilian, these are the four bands which I always make sure that they are banned out because they are so OP. And with that, I think a lot of options are still open. Khalid might go out, so you might be picked off. Phobos is also open, Alpha is open, Chip is also open. So yeah, any of them can be taken away at any point. Hylos, Katot, Kaja also being on the list right there. And as I speak, we're just waiting it out. So what do you think? Can you guess, Burger, what could be the bands here?
Let me take my let me have my burger senses tingling. Let's see. They did battling. I didn't expect. Okay, so jokes apart, guys. Ling is also really good. Assassin used as a hyper, and with his agility, mobility, and climbing of the walls, can be really Spider-Man throughout the map, but with a blade, and he does a lot of critical damage towards the squishy backlines and can easily finish off the backline while an initiative team fight, and can come back in a safe distance and can recall towards the base. As well as Phobius, I would like to say, is a really good EXP laner, can sustain a lot, also regain a lot, and with his ultimate is really an unstoppable EXP laner.
Well, yes, I agree. And with that, Fov has been banned out. Maybe a Khalid. No, it is the Hayabusa. The side of Team Nova Knights did not need any assassin onto the draft or onto the enemy. Maybe they might be going in for some squishy marksman or even a squishy mage. But then Zushin was open for the grab, and it will be the side of Zeppelin RS who will be taking up, grabbing that opportunity, taking this early game firepower onto their hands. And if paired up with a Matla or a Hylos, even Gatotkacha, even a Hilda is open. And if they just pick up all these aggro kind of team composition, and the enemy decides to go in for a jungler who is squishy, that things might not look good for them.
And speaking of an Khalid with an Shoyu, these two are really good frontliners, but I doubt Khalid would have a really hard time facing Zushin. And Shoyu, as we know, can really escape, but then, how much would he use his skills for running away? He also does need to provide deal damage. So yeah, could be really tricky for him. And Hilda has been picked also a really good pick in this recent meta. And with that, I guess Revitalize can would sustain a lot during the team fights. And if it's near a bush or in a bush, it's I guess it's the prime time of Hilda to shine in. with her passive. And Alpha also been choose by Team Zeppelin RS. Last match we have seen the potential of Alpha if used in a correct manner. The charge of Alpha can be really a deadly point for Shoyu. And I guess again we can see Asuya the Hypers being clashed again, uh, Alpha versus Shoyu.
Well, yes, these two are those standards against each other. And with that, this is what I was talking about. That since Zeppelin have grabbed onto a Zushin, if they pair up it with a really aggressive kind of team composition with a Hilda, and yes, they go in for a Hilda, and I think she will be. I'm not sure though because I haven't seen Zeppelin play before. Will this Hilda actually go invade the enemy jungle? Because they even have an Alpha. He can also go in for the sustain. He can uh, help with the invade, especially Zushin. She can actually provide a lot of CC right from level 1. Those two instances are enough to snowball the game. So let's just see how they're able to execute it because both the drafts look really strong to me because Khalid is also an early game firepower and Suyu, of course, he is like especially the second skill is like a Balmer using his ultimate along with the retribution, so you don't even know how much damage this guy will be dealing on to you. And with that, I think Eve is also a great pick for the support because she can slow down quite a lot. She can provide that hitbox kind of composition. So yeah, both teams look really strong, but the bans are all set. Both of them looking to ban out the marksman with that Beatrix and Nathan have been banned out. So what do you think would be the rest of the bans here, Burger?
I guess they would like to ban Bruno. Bruno is already banned. Probably Layla, if possible, because I guess Team Nova Knights don't have that much range, to be honest, as compared to Team Zeppelin yet. But if they don't pick or ban Layla, they would be having a hard time. And they have banned Tigreal, the infamous, the famous, the combination of Tigreal with his ult can really change up the tide of the game, even if you're losing one singular particular ult with his flicker can really, make the tides change of the game. And let's see what the last ban would be. What do you think,
Well,
Atsuya?
if you ask me, I think Matilda is yet to be banned out, and if the
Okay, that
side of Team Zeppelin goes in for Matilda, it will be a cherry on top because Hilda can go for the EXP and then an Alpha and Matilda combo is really great to grab onto, especially paired up with a Zushin. They will be kind of unstoppable because Alpha can dive in, Hilda can dive in, and the disengage will be provided by our Matilda. Let's just see will they grab her on because I do see a lot of tanks being banned out, but Matilda wasn't among them.
can here we could see Hylos has been banned. He's really annoying with his ultimate can slow down enemies as well as increase their own team speed, movement speed, yeah. And for EXP laner, let's see. Nova Nice is showing here a show. He's a really good, I would say, EXP laner, but against Hilda, I don't think so. Will work much because time to time Hilda would go on to the bush, and if she builds in with the tank emblem, she would also have an higher hand advantage throughout the fights on the EXP lane. But let's see. As you said, Asuya, your favorite, as like you mentioned it in every game I have casted with you. We have Matilda here. So what do you have to say?
I mean, she's not my favorite, but then she is meta. She is OP. She can provide a lot of utility towards the late game with the Flask of Voices. She has a lot of heals, a lot of shields onto her hand. And just look at the team composition from the side of Team Zeppelin, picking up a Harriet, which is late game monster with the true damage he will be dealing out. But then again, the amount of heals, the amount of shields he will be getting, just imagine. Like, he already gets so much of a shield with his dashes, and then there is Madala on top of that. Yeah, it will be really hard to kill him. And just like you mentioned, Cho is a good pick, but then again, Zushin, like you are trying to take away Zushin with the Way of the Dragon, but then she is there with the Purify. And in this kind of team composition, like Khalid could have gone in for the roam, and CC could have worked out wonders here. Even Esmeralda could work out great because they have a lot of shield. And of course, CC is an EX player who can actually melt down anyone solo. Then let's just see how it works out because a Khalid against a Hilda wouldn't work out well because at the end of the day he will be going at least hybrid, not complete damage, right? And the final pick being our Granger. Let's just see how it works out because Granger has been making a lot of waves in the land of Dawn right now with his ultimate, with his range, he's kind of unstoppable.
Yes, meanwhile, guys, again, I would like to remind you, like, share, subscribe to our channel, and let's spread our love to the ML community. With that being said, I guess both the team compositions are really good, but then seeing that Yushin along with Hilda and you know Hilda and Matilda, it's really kind of a interesting thing to see because Matilda is a really good hero with agility and can really provide team support and initiative. Is really good at initiating
MOBA
fights.
Legends.
Well, true, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, here we are into the land of Dawn, and
Smash them.
I would like to say that the side of Team Zeppelin have a very, very, very strong early game, and if they are able to utilize this, I think it's a very easy snowball for them. But then again, I do not see them doing that because Hilda is just waiting it out. Same goes for the rest of the team. Well, a waste of an early game potential, if you ask me. And one more thing which I would like to say here is that the side of the red team, like both the teams actually lack burst potential. They do not have a lot of burst. So this Harriet being the sole contender from the side of the blue team, and from the side of the red team, they have their hopes up on the Granger. And if you ask me, I think Granger will be scaling a bit more because he can scale infinitely on those with those stacks. So let's just see what happens because both the team do have less of burst burger.
Yes, to be honest, Granger would have an advantage because I guess if he does builds up magic penetration, so Harit wouldn't his shield won't help him that much. And as we know, marksman on the late game, the damage does scale up to a very high extent. And on the on this early game, we can see already poking, and on the mid lane near the lead throw, Khalid was slain.
An overextension coming from the side of Khalid. I know Khalid was trying to rotate, but then again, I think that's not a wise choice, especially because none of your teammates are there to support you. And just look at Alpha already taking away, grabbing the minions from the jungle of Suya, so you're not being able to do anything. And I don't think so. Things are looking good as the slow coming on to our Shadow Monarch, but they will just be looking to retreat as the turtle has spawned. They're looking for the control over the turtle area. Matilda trying to provide some vision. Same goes for Archo. It is the team versus team right there. Hilda also kind of joining it. Wait a second, why did they reset the turtle? But just look at that. It will be Matilda going down. The alpha charge kind of missing in. And just 1 HP onto Suyo. The Raging Sandstorm also missing out. These people miss out a lot of skills right there, but then just look at Cho trying to dish out some damage, trying to zone away people. Hilda still standing strong. She might go into the bush, but then again, the Lantern Flare also coming in along with the Revitalize. So finally, since it was Suyo who was forced to retreat, this might be an easy turtle for the side of the blue team because Matilda has also come back. And wait a second, just look at I heard it coming all the way from the bot lane, trying to punish the mage. And I think with the mage down, this might be an easy turtle grab for the alpha. And yes, that's what he did.
And again, trying to invade the red buff, wasn't able to secure it, but show you with a really low HP again escapes. And
Oh, well,
Gypsy.
yes, but then they do have the disengage. So you does have a lot of dashes to just go away.
So I guess okay. I guess Joe was kind of out of position, but He did again escape. 4-man rotation we can see into the bot lane. Could this be a turnout as a kill for Team Zeppelin?
Well, true. Meanwhile, in the top lane, the Raging Sandstorm used as a defensive maneuver as Khalid is not pairing it up against the Hilda, and that's what I said. You cannot with a Khalid, especially when you're going with a tanky build. And what are the teams doing? Playing it really passive, just like the previous game, just looking for an engage to come their way instead of trying to initiate. So yeah, just look at Hilda trying to cut the lane. She is so confident at this point, and teams just waiting it out for the next turtle to spawn.
Not much is happening. Both the teams are really, poking each other as well as they are farming their own lanes, rotating towards each other. And Hilda is hiding in the top lane. Again, Team Zeppelin is doing a really good thing, giving a hard time. Show you farming in. So I guess it would help their hyper to get a bit more XP than show you.
Well, true, and just look at the build, the elegant jump brought on by our Zushin right from moment one, and she's going for the anti heal at this point. Yeah, because she knows that there is a Suyo who will be dealing out a lot of spell vamp. So I think a great build potential from her side. Same goes for the Thunderbelt onto the hands of our Hilda right there. And just look at her trying to zone people away. Same goes for Zushin, but her flare landed not actually connecting onto anyone. Suyu just waiting it out for people. But Harith with the damage, the RWM also used up. But 8 seconds it will be Alpha securing the turtle, and I think it was way too far ahead for her Khalid joining in, jumping in between four people. The revitalized has been spawned up, and Zushin also trying to stack up onto the Joe. Joe getting CC'd right there, and the red team kind of forced to back off. A complete loss, if you ask me, because not even the turtle was grabbed on, and all of them kind of forced to retreat.
Yes, the trade was really wasn't in their favor, and I guess Harit could have been able to push that lane, but then he chose to take the gold grab. Never mind, he does have an item advantage against Joe now. Oh, sorry,
I think
Joe does.
we're Yep, but just look at that. Harriet's Purify being forced out, but it was finally a good gang from the side of Joe. And Harriet will be shut down right there.
Nice initiation we can see by Joe. He's really putting up those efforts to bring up some kills for his team as a roamer.
But two will just start coming in from our Zio, and it will be Zushin who will be taken down. Phantom not looking really low, and it will be a killing spree secured by Joe right there. And Joe looking forced to use up his flicker. The Raging Sandstorm not really connecting onto anyone. All of a sudden, it is the red team trying to just zone away the blue team. And I think finally even the goal lead almost equalized after all the losses they incurred.
Yeah, to be honest, they really. I didn't expect that Soyu would get it in this point, but then he did manage to pull off that, and I could say Joe is really putting up some efforts for his team in this moment, and it's working out too.
Well, I agree, but I think, your voice, I don't know if it's a glitch or something, but I think Burger's voice is not audible. I don't know. But then again, just look at both the teams trying to secure the turtle, trying to look for the control. Hilda going in along with the circling eagle, but this time it will be Suya who will be able to grab that turtle with the retribution. Alpha not able to secure. Oh my god, that was a really great job. And this is what Suya is good at, trying to steal the neutral objectives. And as the clock strikes by, I think first it was the blue team doing really well, but now it is the red team zoning people away, taking those neutral objectives to the name. Just look at the damage coming from Khalid. Will not be enough onto the Hilda. So you're just trying to grab on that kill onto Matilda, but the flask of OS is giving her the shield to survive.
I guess Flask of Oasis has been a really great thing for supports because it does really provides a good chance, and specifically against those high burst enemies, it really gives the opponent a chance to rise in, and especially heroes having really good regen like regain her life steal. I would like to give an example like Mia. They could really, with that flask flask of Oasis can, turn out those team fights on their favor.
Well, true, but I think they might be looking to gang towards the bot lane as Joe is in the bush, no one knows. And not much is happening, both these teams are not going in for the aggro. Even Joe knows that if he goes to pick up Arzushin, she has the Purify on her name. Same goes for Matilda, she also has a Purify. Meanwhile, in the top lane, both both the XP laners just picking against each other. They do have a lot of heal, a lot of sustain at this point because I think Khalid does have a lot of. We just look at him with the Dreadnought armor and the Thunder Belt. He will be able to sustain quite a lot. And with that, 9 minutes into the game, just 2 for 5, and not even a single turret down.
Both the teams are really, in the mood of competing with each other. So they would, uh, I guess we could see turret being pushed after the first Lord or after kill of their any laner, I would say.
Well, true. Just look at the bot lane, how it looks to be in a tight spot right there. Granger just utilizing his range, trying to take her down. Meanwhile, just look at Radhan trying to CC Matilda right there. Both the teams playing really passive, actually, in a really defensive manner. And at the same time, there's Harith versus our Paneer Tofu, and Paneer Tofu will be eaten away by our Harith as he is the one who was taken down in the bot lane. Meanwhile, teams might look for engage towards the mid area right there because Khalid is there and everyone is there competing for the lead or competing for the control over the area right there. And yes, Harith being able to take the first turret of the game finally when Granger was taken down.
And Harith really outplayed Granger right there because Granger, I don't think so. He was expecting that much of damage from Harith, and seeing a low HP hero, you would always be tempted to dive in for kill. But then at the top lane, we could see people rotating.
Oh, the way of the dragon connecting that along with the RWM, the Raging Sandstorm also connecting what a chain CC, the revitalized barely saving up their life. So just moving away, dashing away in 1 HP. Khalid looked to be in a really bad position as he's getting CC'd by Azushan, and yes, he will be paying up with his life. Ranger joining in and he will be able to secure that kill onto Zushan. The flicker has been forced up, but then again a lot of trades happening. 1 for 2 trade. And so you're also looking in the tight spot. He will be managing to dash away, but Hilda doesn't want to let go of that opportunity. Meanwhile, just look at that Lord already started up by Alpha. Joe trying to zone people away. Granger at the same trying to dish out some damage with his Rondo and his Sonata, but it will not be enough as the Lord will easily be secured by the side of Team Zeppelin.
Yes, they did. Having that Hilda and Matilda are, I guess, really working out for Team Zeppelin because they are really, covering, circling around
Ooh.
those objectives.
I mean, yep. And with that, I really thought that Harith will be able to secure that kill onto the Joe. He baited out his Purify first and then used up the Way of the Dragon to secure that shutdown. And I think not a good time to go down because the Lord is also marching away and it's a waste of a Lord. Meanwhile, I'm really surprised with the two EXP laners. They're just forcing, trying to just take that first tier turret somehow. But I think finally it will be taken down from the side of Team Zeppelin right there as, like, the red team losing out on the neutral objectives on the macro.
And on the bottom lane, Shoyu has soloed the turtle right there, but I guess even after Lord being against him, he will push in turret. First turret goes to Shoyu for this team.
Well, true, and with that, just poking going on, the slow from Eve is kind of enough as she already has the slow queen one along with the anti-heal, and they might, just go in for the defensive, but Joe going in for a pickoff, and we have the dragon connecting onto Alpha, but the Alpha charge right behind, it will be Paneer Tofu who will be taken down. Meanwhile, Hilda taking that kill onto Joe, and the last hill, a double kill secured by Harith, and I think the Raging Sandstorm just used as a defensive maneuver to escape away in 1 HP. What a team fight. I was really hoping, that Alpha would be taken down, but then again it was a complete Uno reverse as Alpha was the one doing so much CC and yes, taking them down. And with that, only two people against the world, will they be able to defend? The minions are out. Kirisu actually able to defend for now, but I do not think so that they will be doing it for a long time as our Harvard is actually marching down onto the base, and with that, the Crystal's HP gone. It will be the side of Team Zeppelin RS securing this victory to the name.
Victory!
It's very well played, I would say, with both of the teams. But then, obviously the winning side would you know had did play a lot better than the other. And I would like to say, as we said, they have a really good composition with that Matilda Alpha along with that uh, Hill Zushin. They have a really aggressive lineup, and as well as their Alpha and Matilda with Hilda. It's like these heroes are really have a rhyming scheme names, but then you know these are really good frontliners, as well as that Harriet having that back line and this damage, along with Zushin annoying picking up opponents with a crowd control. So really, a wholesome team. But for Shoyu, I would like to say really well played because he didn't even die once, and I guess that's a good thing as a hyper you can achieve. So handing over to Shoyu.
Well, yes, 99% of the time it is the draft which makes you lose. And like I already said, that four, four of the meta heroes in the hands of Team Zeppelin, and you're not even picking up anything which can actually counter them out. So I kind of waited, I guess. Like, I think the surprising thing about this game was like the side of Team Zeppelin had a lot of early game aggro. Like they could have just forced their way in into the enemy jungle, but then they were kind of losing it out when it comes to the early. But then again, somehow after that kills, they were actually able to Uno reverse the situation, take the game to the name, and especially just like I said, Hilda was open, you ban her out, and giving away of Harriet, Hilda, Matilda on top of that, a lot of heals and sustains. So yeah, I think a CC could have worked out, and also the side of team. The Cho was doing good with his pickups, but then again, the damage wasn't enough, the follow ups wasn't enough either. So yeah, I congratulate both the teams. Hope to see you in more of other tournaments. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going in for a short break, but stay tuned because more matches are yet to be played.
Stay tuned, guys.
Hello everyone, welcome to Crown Championship Day 3, Round 3, and of course, the last match of tonight. And your casters for this match, Gig Hazard, and with me, Shin Ryu. He seems to be sick, but Shin, I think so you can say hi, right?
Definitely, I have to keep it up. The show must go on, whatever the battle be. But right now, we can see these two teams battling it out in the land of Dawn for that slot in the next round. And of course, we have Team Zeppelin Dishwashers on the blue side and Team Revitalize Esports on the red side. So it's gonna be a spicy, spicy match between these two teams. As you can see, the ban are already taking place. The Fanny getting banned from the side of Team Zeppelin and Team Revitalize will ban that strong Bruno. So I feel, they are, getting those strong heroes already off the chart.
Yeah, the meta's being panned out. Very standard when it comes to these knockout stages. I think so. I did see actually the Bruno being countered by the Leslie. The Bruno, of course, could not hit the Leslie since she kind of does have that conceal that it work out. So there seems to be a counter for the Bruno, but better safe than sorry. The Bruno has been banned out as well as the Fanny, who I think so. I personally haven't seen a lot of after the buff that I say after she has come into the meta scene, and the Phoebus is also feared. But I think so. I would rather go for a Khalid over the Phoebus, but Phoebus is being banned out, and the Suyu and the Zushin being banned out as well. What do you think about those heroes?
I mean, time and again, the Phobias have been, the appeal for most of these teams. They just use that Phobias to dive in, and the rest of the hero just collapse on that team fight. So I think banning it out is a good choice. But again, with the Shuyu getting banned, and that's a very quick Hilda pick coming from the side of Team Zeppelin here. But I feel the bans are pretty standard, except for the Joy. We don't get to see it getting banned so early, but again, both the teams are prioritizing that Roam slash EXP pick. The both heroes pretty flexible, so I think it will be pretty interesting to see how will the draft take place. But I think right now we know where the heroes of Team Revitalize are going, though.
Yeah, the Edith and the Matilda being picked up. I think so. The Edith is going to go to EXP lane that we have seen the damage output coming out pretty well from that Edith. We have seen throughout this tournament as well as the Matilda working out for the team, giving them the sustainability with the shield as well as mobility, uh, helping the team, I'd say, overall into initiations as well as disengagement. So I do love that Matilda, but it does take, I'd say, a bit of muscle power when it comes to, I'd say, brain power to actually play that hero and to make it work out. But let's hope it works out for them because I especially do favor the Matilda being picked up.
Definitely. With the Matilda, it comes a lot of strong rotation. The rotation becomes very, very fast on the map, and to match that, you really need some quick heroes which can match that mobility. But again, the Matilda can be used both as an engage as well as a disengage tool. So that is a lot of, you know, a lot of value of a single hero, I believe, because a lot of most hero cannot do that. When I mean, it does bring a lot to the table. So again, with the picks coming in, you can see to answer back that Matilda and that edit pick, they have picked the Vexana as well as a Julian. That Julian will most probably go to the jungle section. So I think that's a very good early game hero to locked in, but they still have to pick their MM. So I think they can go for a late game hero, which can scale pretty good. Again, on the side of Team Revitalize, you can see they have that Sicilian lock in. So that is a very good mid to late game power spike hero. But they have to really play that early game for that Sicilian to shine. They have to keep him really safe and be that peel that the Sicilian need to come online with those stacks.
Yeah, I think so. The Sicilian does get a lot of damage early on, as well as the Vexana, but mostly the Vexana, I'd say. Rather than the damage output, I prefer the claws. Giving them the petrify. I'd say yeah, a bit of a petrify, a stun, a mini stun, you could say, giving them that use of space so that they cannot be pushed into as easily, especially with a hero like Matilda on the other side, where the dash could come in at any time. I think so that is a wise pick, but they do need to be careful if they do miss it. If they do miss that deadly grasp, it is going to be full on brawl after that, and I think so the Vexana will get her guardian down, but a guard down, but after that she is almost, I'd say, all by herself in those fights. So sustainability will be an issue if she cannot get a deadly grasp. So it is going to be one miss in their finish game.
I mean, that is really true. The dive is pretty strong from the side of Team Revitalize, and they are, banning those downs for the side of Team Zeppelin right now. You can see that Layla as well as that one getting banned, and they will pick a quick Martis for their side. So that is that early game presence that they needed for that Sicilian to shine in the late game. But again, the marksman's being banned, I think it is pretty narrowed down. They have few options like the Beatrix right now to pick, and the Erythral 2 is open, but they can, go for a roam pick here too. They can flex that Hilda once again onto that EXP lane. That chip is still open, and that is a Avenger assembled hero. So, that can, just be that Avenger endgame type of moment for the side of Team Zeppelin. So, let's see if they want to pick that hero for themselves or not.
Yeah, the chip does help the team the mobility that is actually a counter hero, or you could say something that gives the other team abilities pretty close to the Matilda. I do not know about the disengagement. I don't think so. The chip's teleport has been effective in disengagement. It is a rather aggressive spell. The Matilda still does give the team a shield as well as the disengagement opportunity, but a chip, I say, is a strong hero, bringing the whole team together in those fights. And I say in MLB fashion, bringing the whole family to kill at the target, I'd say, or targets. So more aggression, I'd say, for that chip over the Matilda, but the Matilda is a safer play style, you could say. But with the Claude, with the Julian, with the Vexana, with the Hilda, who like to play aggressive, who thrive on that aggressive play style coming in from the team, it could actually work out. Let's see how things go. There is a Martis as well who does kind of push the enemy team away, can do a lot of damage as well in the process. The Edith as well does have the damage output. The Moskov does have his ultimate to join the team fight as well. But yeah, if they can get the early game, I think so they will be the dominating team until and unless they have to push those inhibitor turrets. That's where I feel the chip's ultimate kind of becomes useless. But yeah, we're gonna have to see it for ourselves. But if they do not dominate the early game, I feel Team Zeppelin are going to have a difficult time. But I think so they should be able to do it.
Certainly, you're absolutely correct about that. And for anybody who just joined in, welcome to the Crown Championship. And this is the last game of tonight for the round 3 and day 3. Sorry, I mean the round 3 and for the day 3. I'm correct. Sorry about that once again, but yes, I'm just a bit lost with my throat, so just forgive me for that. But again, back to the topic, the game plan for both these teams are pretty different. From the side of Team Zeppelin, they want to collapse on those targets, with that pickup type of gameplay. They want that chip to go constantly on those backline heroes and be that, link that can connect them to get those kills. But again, from the side of Team Revitalize, they have a pretty good front to back composition, and their scaling is pretty good with the Sicilian, with the Moscow. They have pretty good scaling, and it seems pretty good, with the draft overall pretty balanced. I think they can put up a good fight any time of the game, considering their heroes can, work pretty well throughout the timer of the game. And again, Team Zeppelin, they really need to, pull the trigger up. As you can see, they are going in onto that Matilda, and I think they want something, but they are not getting that angle yet so far.
Yeah, they have the Lito as well, giving them the vision. They need to be careful. Martis going in, and he is connecting with his spells. The claws come out as well. Look at that. Void low and HP needs to be careful. Matilda there, helping with the disengagement as well. And this is the strong suit of the Matilda. But look at the goal lane. Claude barely managed to survive. Chip is trying to jump in as well to secure these kills, but I think so both teams are not going to get any kills on the board as of yet.
Yes, they do want to play around the turtle. For now, the first neutral objective has already spawned on the map. As you can see, both the teams are making their way, but ship stuck in middle of three
Ooh.
people, taking a lot of damage there.
And First Blood, I believe, does manage to survive, but there, the decimation coming in from Hero to get his first kill on the board. That is a kill finally on this score sheet, and I think so they're gonna try to take the total as well, but they are low on HP. And look at that, K might be going down low on HP, the shield is there, the turtle is taken away by the retribution. Julian low on his HP as well, still trying to run away. Seven running away again. Both teams disengaging on different places, different areas of the map, but only one kill still on the board.
I mean, is fine so far. It's just a roamer getting taken down. So I think not too much of a value lost for the side of Team Zeppelin right now. They can have a easy comeback with the next team fight if they win it. That is the goal lead just shifting a little bit around 7 to 800 to the side of team. Okay, it's already 1K as we speak of, but I think it is still a comebackable goal lead so far. You can see the teams not being too aggressive after that turtle fight. They are trying to open up the map. But here being overzealous movement.
Ooh. And it is a kill, and the Guardian coming down as well. Needs to be careful. It is KZ who goes down, but now it might be the. Oh my god, the Primal Wrath is out. They are going in, and it might be a kill. They need to be careful. Hilda running away, but will it be enough? The destination is there, not the kill secured, but does manage with his basic attack in the end. And look at that, Moon going down. But if does secure the kill as well on the Vexana. That is a trade, but the gold laner going down for the mid lane. I'm not so sure which team wins that one.
I mean, it's a goal laner getting taken down who already had, a score of 1-0 and 2. So I think that's more value compared to a mage who just got that first kill. So far you can see that Claude a little bit back with the gold, trying to, get that goal lead back for himself. The Moscow was leading that lane pretty hard with those kills. But again, on the top lane, you can see a lot of movements taking place. And that Hilda in a bad spot will be able to get out, I believe.
I'm missing that bird shatter as well, but Seven needs to be careful. And the chains come in as well. Hilda jumping in. Is it going to be a kill? I think so. Does get the Primal Wrath out, managing to survive, but the Guardian to secure the kill as well. But now Martin's going in with his coil, disengages as well, not able to get anything out of it. Oh, the teleport is out. The shortcut is out. But yeah, I think they are going to disengage as well. Zeppelin with 3 kills on the board for themselves, and Rev as well getting 4 on the board. I'd say very equal. 1K goal lead, but it does not seem to affect the team fight.
Definitely, the thing from the side of Team Zeppelin is that they can punish those aggression coming in from the side of Team Revitalize. They have that Vexana with that Eternal Night as well as the Deadly Crabs to be that, damage that they are lacking. But with the Julian's, enhanced damage. But look at that though!
That decimation, securing the kill again, but now in a very tight spot. Needs to be careful, and the Blazing Duet out actually, almost taking down the Matilda in the process. Oh my god, on the back foot they do have the kill advantage on the scoreboard, but Moon needs to be careful. The Curse Blast as well. Julian there, is he going to go down? He does go down. The Julian securing that kill, S1 securing that kill in the gold lane as well, and in the top lane 7 being beaten away. But Martis is there. Is he going to engage? It seems like he does not actually get the spot. The Shatter as well, the Earth Shatter connecting, but not enough CC as Hilda sprints away.
Yes, the Moscow was able to take that bot lane turret down, so I think that's not a worthless trade that he got, for himself. Him being taken down was not the worst thing that happened on the map, though he needs to be careful. He is that scaling hero for the side of Team Revitalize. He needs to be a bit safer on the map, considering he can be that game changing factor for the side of Team Revitalize in that late game. But again, on the mid lane, they are trying to go at it. You can see the chip trying to find an angle to use that shortcut, but will decide otherwise. And I believe, both the teams will play it a bit slow, but for the side of Team Revitalize, they might be more happier playing it slower because their heroes are what will be scaling higher compared to the side of team. Zeppelin right now again. Oh, look at that river though.
Yeah, the shatter connecting this time helping at least the Matilda to get out of it, but the Ghost Blast does take a lot of HP off the board. Both teams just kiting on each other, trying to look for an opening currently, but in the bottom lane, I think so there is going to be an engagement, and it is going to be interesting to watch. If Chip does catch Moon, oh, I think so the teleport, the shortcut will be used, and yeah, look at that, the shortcut is used. But Kane, seriously, right spot needs to be careful. The coil coming out from the Martis needs to be careful. And the Eagle as well does come out low on HP. The Shatter connecting. S1 going down first, but it is 7 who is traded as well. And the kill going to Team MM. Cherry on top for Team Zeppelin.
Oh my goodness, the fight is just favoring the side of Team Revitalized once again. They lost. Oh, but the draw lane.
He's into it out as well. Needs to be careful. A lot of damage already on that marksman. And oh my god, decimation. Queen going down. And look at that Mortal. Circling Eagle as well. And Chip might be going down. Needs to be careful. The damage output too much. Triple kill for him as he is trying to get a fourth as well. But will not be able to catch a groove on the process. Will able to split out of that situation, and I think so they will get the mid turret as well.
Cake, that was absolutely cinema watching that. Mart is just flying with that claw to get that kill. Oh my goodness, we don't get to see that every day. I tell you, this is a game that is being battled out. From both the side, they are not giving up. As you can see, the Lord has been started, and the side of Team Zeppelin, they are reconsidering before they go back in again, because I don't think so they have the damage necessary to take down the members anytime soon, because they are lacking in the gold section. And so far you can see the map control is just to the side of Team Revitalized, as they are leading the map with the turrets, with the gold, and with the kills.
Yeah, I think so. They do still have an opportunity. They need to be careful. They need to be patient, but they do need to be proactively looking for an opportunity as well, especially that Chip. His teleport can change the game still in an instant. They need to be careful. And look at that Chip going in, but Hilda needs to be careful as well. The teleport used. Oh my god, the blazing do it out as well, but no damage output. Actually, a lot. Oh my god, connecting the Guardian as well. Look at that HP low, but Moon trying to get a kill. Might be actually, does secure the kill on Sex Queen. Needs to be careful. The Circling Eagle is out catching Chip, and S1 needs to be careful. And S1 going down as well. I think the Void does manage to survive. This one needs to be careful, but oh my god, they are going to take the tier 2 turret as well, and that is a 3v5 currently open.
My lord, the aggression coming in from the side of Team Revital is just on a different level. You can see they are going in all in with the Moscow. He is not afraid to go for this damage, but again on the bot lane.
Ooh. And yeah, Void does go down. It's so much damage that didn't go out, but yeah, he does manage to secure the kill, I believe. Ooh, no, actually, they do manage to survive that. Look at that. That was surprising shot for sure. Moscow and Matilda would be going down, but they survived that as well. And sadly, the Claude not able to get the opening for his team. And Moon does push away Agu this time. And they need to be careful because one misstep could change the game. A 4v5 is what Team Zeppelin are looking for to turn things around.
Indeed. The Claude is able to give the damage, but there is no one to finish those skills off. He's making the members slow from the side of Team Revitalize, but with the Matilda, that healing is really high, so it doesn't really matter, because once the members are trying to go in, the Matilda is just healing them back up, and the team fights are just turning around, and they are getting the better benefit of those team fights. The side of Team Revitalized, they are happy for that late game. Like I mentioned, you can see the Sicilian already sitting at a score of 2-0 and 7. I think he has enough stacks so far. I feel we just need to check how much stack he has, because I believe he's dealing a lot of damage. He's already sitting at a 205 stack, so that is a lot of stack for 11 minutes. Let's see if the side of Team Zeppelin, they can get that game changing shortcut from this ship anytime soon.
Yeah, that could turn things around. They are looking to engage both the teams, but I think so what they are aiming for is the Lord, as it is coming off in 5 seconds, and they might be able to. Oh my god, the ultimate does hit, but I don't think so an engagement is going to happen. I think that was to try to steal the blue buff, and the Lord has been started. No contest coming in for now from the side of Team Zeppelin.
Yes, so far you can see, the moon is just shredding anybody who's trying to come in front of him. He's already online with the Trinity build, so he even has that, Malefic gun to give him that extra bit of range. So I believe, he's pretty stacked right now, able to go for this team fight confidently without being, taken down with that range that he has. He can provide, he can be that front, not the front line, but he can be the, the damage dealer at the side of team. Revitalize need for the late game, but again, that Moscow needs to be careful as well, because one mistake and he can be taken down, and the side of team Revitalize can be punished very heavily. You can see the Lord is marching down on the mid lane, but the waves are not really synced well. I think this might be an easy defense coming in from the side of Team Zeppelin.
Yeah, but there will be mega creeps. There will be strong creeps coming up. So they need to be careful, I think, so they might get the inhibitor as well. Argo trying. Oh my god, look at the damage coming out. He needs to be careful. The chain does come out. S1 missing it completely. Sadly, getting no one, and 7 is there. Look at the damage 7 is taken as well. And the blades come out. The Earth Shatter connecting, but no CC connecting. Oh my god, look at that. He does secure the kill. 7 trading his life for that god, and I think that is a huge trade. They are going to lose the inhibitor turret, and it is going to be super difficult to defend this game. Look at that moon going in, almost getting a kill as well. Needs to be careful. Ooh, the chain does miss, and look at that killing spree as Queen goes down, as well as Agu going down from that. Sicilian needs to be careful, and legendary Void going down, and last one to survive is S1, and I think so it is GG double kill to top it off, and it seems like a bit of showboating, and the Creeks will finish the job that they started.
Absolutely, you can see things are really falling in place for the side of Team Revitalize as they take that victory for themselves. They really played their cards well, and to be honest, they were really disciplined throughout the game. They were not taking those unnecessary engage, going for those brawl type of gameplay. Once they were getting the kills, they were happy with just taking one or two members, and they did not overextend those team fights very much. So that's what gave them. That's why they could keep that lead for themselves. So again, a very clean game coming in from the side of Team Revitalized, whereas the side of Team Zeppelin, they were playing on the defensive. They tried for that aggression, but time and again they got punished. And like I mentioned, there was nobody to finish those kills off for their side. The Claude was going in with the blazing duet, but at the cost of what, he was just not able to take those kills down. He was just lacking that damage a little bit. If only they had some assassin that could just dive onto the back line, things would have been really different for them.
Yeah, and the Void as well. That is the problem with the chip. He is not a super tanky hero, so that is the issue. But with that, GG's to both of the teams for participating in Crown Championship. This is day 3 round, and that was the last match for you as Team Revitalize Esports come out victorious and move on to the next match, knocking out Zeppelin Dishwashers out of this tournament. Thank you guys for tuning in. And with that, I think so it is good night. This is your caster Kick signing out, and Shinryu as well.
Yes, guys, don't forget to catch the action tomorrow, because we'll be back with more amazing games. So with that, we will call it a night. So good night, everyone.
Adios.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, close, no, you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. You're trying to stay strong and fake a smile.